let's just say you guys, you're doing your usual quantum leaping between worlds. That's never happened to you yet. And you find yourself popping into sort of a pocket dimension. You're all floating in a strange, grayish, zero gravity space, and you see the three of each other in this space. What do you see?
I have a clarifying question. As between the end of one session and the beginning of the other, from the subjective experience of our characters, do they immediately go from the end of one session to the beginning of another? Like, is it instantaneous for them, or is there some intermediate time where they're ever not in an adventure?
It's relatively intermediate, but maybe it's a little bit more like Severance than we would like.
I don't know what Severance.
Oh, it's this show where
It's a crazy show.
you get your mind severed, so that you have a work self and a home self.
Okay,
And the work self only exists from 9 to 5.
got it.
And for the work self, when it walks out the door, the next thing it knows it's 9 a.m. again.
That
So
sucks.
it's like it's working eternally. And for
Okay.
the non-work self, it
So-
never goes to work.
So it's similar. There's never just a day of them just like wandering around, like.
Right. There's
the
no
city-
downtime.
Got it.
Is that
no
implying that
downtime.
there is another dimension that we're in like Severance, or are you just loosely
This is
referencing?
what's happening to you guys is like Quantum Leap,
Yeah.
but you find yourself popped into like a bubble where you guys are hanging in gray space, looking at each other.
So
I'd like
any R&R our characters would be looking for has to happen within the session.
Yeah, if there's something that you're interested in doing, you can always just ask me or your DM.
Are we considered rested, long rested?
You get a long rest in between every session, yeah.
All right. Well, in this void, one of the participants is Bagheera, a gentleman scholar of rustic proportions and reasonably stylish accoutrement. He is armed like a warrior and dressed a little bit like a scholar or a dandy.
And he's a tiefling.
Yes.
Ooh, nice.
So he's floating there in space before you. Who else do we see?
And this is my character's first time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're just describing what you look like right now.
Okay. So this might be your character's first time seeing this kind of character, but I am a small-ish, what you guys would know as a rabbit, but I'm humanoid. I look like this. So I've got black and pepper, salt and pepper fur with dark splotches, and wearing some very almost elaborate-looking kind of leather armor with some hide pieces here and there. I carry this kind of gear-shaped sickle on me.
And that's what you see.
And that's what you see.
Is that your name? B6?
That's my name, is B6.
Oh, cool. You made that for your character?
I did.
That's so cool.
I love making character sheets.
Are you
I didn't know you could do
like
that.
an artist, an illustrator? Or?
Yeah, I work in the animation industry.
That's sick.
Oh, nice.
And Calicoos, what do they see when they look at you?
So when they look at me, they see this sort of like janky looking middle-aged fart guy, like like wearing like kind of simple, kind of old robes and kind of wrinkly, gnarly looking face. I'm a Githzerai, and and so I've got like a short sword and a like kind of like ready for death and related things. And also, but I'm also like sporting this like medallion, like this like red medallion on my chest. It's sort of like, kind of, yeah.
Sort of Guido-y medallion.
Yeah, yeah.
With a brain on it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Who wants like a flat water bottle of water or a LaCroix? Does anybody need one? Want one? I'm gonna get a little bit more for myself. While I'm getting that, so yeah, you've never experienced this before, and you guys might be confused as well since you're not just showing up at a particular space. So I'm gonna let you float for a moment in this gray, gravityless place, and perhaps you'll interact with each other. While I grab
What race were you?
Githzerai?
Oh, how do you spell that?
Githzerai.
Githzerai. What do those look like?
They're sort of like, well, actually, wait, I've got a, so I grabbed this from like one of the old pictures of it.
Oh, cool.
This is like from an old book of them, but like the more recent ones, like they show kind of like a noseless face, like a sort of like creature,
Yeah, like a modeled kind of like slightly maybe reptilian skin. Like they're not reptilian, but
Yeah,
kind of
but
like
they're
that
kind of- yeah.
splotchy,
Yeah.
kind of like gaunt.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So we were like imprisoned by the mind flayers, I think, and they imprisoned us for a gazillion years, and then we like rebelled and defeated them,
Wow.
and then the person that led us to victory, she kind of went a little crazy and wanted to like take over the world. So this other guy, Zerthamon, he is who I identify as like, you know, like our spiritual leader, and so we kind of split up and we've been battling each other. But
Wow.
if I ever see a mind flayer, I'm gonna be like,
Oh yeah, of course.
yeah.
Wow, I don't think I've heard of this one before. Githzerai. That's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
Githzerai and Githyanki.
Whoa.
Is anyone looking forward to playing Baldur's Gate 3?
Yeah.
That comes out in August.
Oh, is that coming in August?
August 31st, my daughter's birthday is coming out, and there are plenty of Gith and Mind Flayers.
Nice.
The game starts out on a Mind Flayer ship.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it's really
That's cool.
good.
Yeah, the trailer looks crazy.
Uh-huh.
Have you tried Diablo 4 yet?
That's less my speed.
Mm.
Hack and slashy, fast.
Mm.
I like thinky,
Yeah.
slow.
Yeah.
And speaking of thinky, slow, last time we played East Side Heroes, he was DMing, and we were in this like very intellectual world where we're on the inside of a donut, a torus-shaped planet,
Whoa.
so that the horizon rose in the distance and then slowly curved up and was over us, and we were in one big city, so you could see the gray shapes of the city on the other side
Whoa.
of the donut surface. It was very interesting. And as you moved between rooms, you moved between time.
Whoa.
But this adventure will not be so abstruse and pleasantly so. As you guys are floating in front of each other, for some reason sharing all the lore of the Githyanki people, you find yourself in a room. It is a small, sort of, from looking around the room, you get the feeling of a children's dorm room. There are 4 beds in the form of bunk beds, and you see various child accoutrements around the room, little toys. In fact, as your eyes get used to this strange little room that feels a little bit too small for each of you, you also hear the sounds of children in another room outside of a door that you see that goes to this room. But the four of you are standing among these four bunks, and there is a little girl about 8 years old who is in the corner of the room, and she's got her head she's sort of in a little ball on the floor, and she's got her head down between her arms. And as you pop into this reality, she looks up at you and she says, "So, are we doing this or not?" She looks at you expectantly.
Look at you guys. Is this your guys' house? How did we get here?
I don't know how we got here, but usually wherever we end up, there's a problem to solve. What is it that we should expect to be doing?
You don't remember the conversation we just had?
Pray jog our memory.
The fairies must be really messing with your minds. None of you remember everything that just happened?
Well, I think this guy does.
I remember you. What did I last see
do
you?
remember
There
you.
was a baking kerfluffle. And then...
She says, "Well,
Yes.
my name is Renata. As you know, as I told you, I hope you remember my name. And you all were walking around this village investigating the rumors of people disappearing. And you told me and the other people at this orphanage that you had figured out from talking to people that the people that were disappearing all had big hardships in their lives. One guy, his wife was spending time with someone else. Another person had no money to pay their bills. And then you came to this orphanage because you heard that people had disappeared from here before. And that was when you talked to me, Renata. I can't believe you don't remember me. You talked to me because my best friend, Sophie, disappeared last month. And I told you that when children disappear from the orphanage, the rumor is that they have dreams about fairies for a week or two before they disappear. And then I told you that I've been having dreams about fairies. And so you all decided, you stood there and you decided, you said you were going to watch me fall asleep tonight and see if fairies take me. So, are we doing this or not? Because I'm ready for bed.
And then in between this moment where we said we would watch over you, and now what has transpired? Did you fall asleep?
No. All I did was put my head down, and when I looked back up, you all had this look on your faces, like you don't know what we're talking about. We had this whole conversation.
Tell me again about the fairies.
Oh, she was really annoyed.
Did we tell you our names?
No.
Good question.
You just told me you were helpful. I hear that in the Feywild, you're not supposed to tell people your names.
Where did
That's
you hear
the
that?
legend. It's a legend. When they read the stories at night, they say, "The witches, don't tell the witches your names,
Oh, yes.
or they'll steal you and put you in a pot."
Yes.
It's a very detailed
All that is true.
story. I'm willing to believe this sort of thing, as crazy as it sounds, it's entirely possible our memory has been erased from us for reasons unknown, or it could be contrivance, but it's very detailed.
Especially if
contrivance.
the Feywilds are involved. Because that's
And we
where
were
I'm
in
from.
the Feywilds. We were there not long ago. We were there.
Wait, you've been there?
We were.
How did you get there?
we what did we do there?
You
They
went-
tried to trick us. They were you there with us?
I think not.
We weren't there.
Unless I was thoroughly tricked.
Right, yeah. Yeah, you might have been. Yeah, they tricked us. They told us there was this wonderful feast, and they made us steal this this soup of oil from these gnarly guys, and then we battled them, got their oil for them, and went to the feast, and then they all started coming after us. And
That sounds about
Yeah.
right.
yeah.
I've been looking for a way to get back to the Feywilds. I ended up here by accident, and not really quite sure how to get back. But if you guys know how,
And the
I
little
don't
girl
know.
interrupts you. I might go there tonight
What's
Oh.
because all of my friends have been disappearing.
oh, that makes sense if she says fairies are involved.
So as you guys are talking, the door to the room bursts open, and there's some other little girl, and she's like, "Renata, can we have our room back now?" And Renata goes, "I'm still talking to these supposed heroes. Leave us alone." And the other little girl's like,
child? Wait, have you seen us before?
"With the other little girl?"
Yes.
She's like, "Yeah," and then she leaves.
Right. Well, that
Jeez.
seems to be an
Checks
independent confirmation.
Okay. I don't-
So Renata says, "Why did I spend all this time explaining everything to you if you're not even gonna help?"
I suppose we do as she asks.
I mean, if it'll get me back to the Feywilds, yes, I'm willing to help.
She says, "I don't even think it's a good plan anyway, but it was your plan. And you said that from everything you heard that the smart plan was to watch me while I slept. So, if you're gonna do it, it's almost bedtime."
Being from the Feywilds, how much do I know about fairies?
You know a good amount about fairies.
Okay. So is this the children disappearing, dreaming about fairies? Does this seem familiar, or is this odd behavior?
Roll history.
History.
It's a great hummingbird drinking from that aloe.
Ooh, 6.
A 6?
Yeah. Not great.
This sounds a little different from fairies, per se, but it does sound Feywildy.
Yeah. I say we help. Well, at least I'm willing to help.
Certainly. I concur. I think it is incumbent upon us to determine if this is indeed the best way to help. Bagheera takes a moment to search his own effects, his clothing, his bags, to see if there's any notes he may have jotted down in the last day. Look at his shoes, see if it's consistent with if there's any evidence that suggests time has passed without him remembering it.
Roll perception or insight, your choice.
Okay. Very carefully. Insight.
Yeah, I like that, DM. I'm just concerned about scheduling. It's really hard to find, like,
That was the problem with my other group I used to play with all the time. It's been almost a year since we've played, just because
yeah,
scheduling's always a problem.
I don't play that world.
15.
Yeah, your clothing, your shoes, your stuff is consistent with having been in a village for a few days.
All right. I think I believe the tale as it's told. Perhaps there's undoubtedly much untold behind it, but if we determined, apparently, that this was the right course to take, let us trust our past selves and watch the child.
I trust that I killed more of those Fae, and maybe we'll kill a few more if they try to trick us.
You kill Fae?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, after they attacked us.
Sure.
Yeah, very distrustful of them. So I don't know how much trust I'm gonna have if they try to get us into another one of their things, but I guess we could go along with it and see, see what we can do. With that
Roll
in mind.
insight, Calicoos. So the little roll insight. So the little girl like, oh, and then she starts leaving the room, and she opens the door, and she says, "Okay, everyone, they're doing it." And like a couple kids look up. So there's a big room on the other side of the door. What'd you roll?
23.
Nice.
You get that this guy's a fae.
That you're a fae? Oh.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but you also, you just like if there was a word for everything that's from the earth, like that tree is a earth thing, this table is an earth thing.
Terrestrial.
So yeah, a bear is a terrestrial, a snake is a terrestrial. So it's a name of a thing from a plane of existence. So
What is the name of the thing from the plane?
so just like I'm a human,
Yeah.
but a crazy axe murderer is also a human.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't necessarily mean that he's
That-
bad that he's a fae.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I wonder if we'll encounter a good demon one day. But anyway, he's a fae, is what you intuit. So she
Well, I
flings
hope you
open
don't
the
mess
door,
with any of that crap that those other guys pull. So.
and there's this big room
I can't
that
promise anything.
has a lot of little kids in it, and they're all like, there's a group of them that are around a lady, and there's a group of them that are sort of, there's a big room, there's bouncing balls and stuff, and these three kids, a little boy and a couple little girls are like, finally, and they say, Miss Sally, we're going to bed, and she's like, okay, and then she keeps reading it. And what you see in the room is threadbare, sort of Tiny Tim vibes, big orphanage room feel, and dirty kids and dirty raggedy clothes. And so these three kids come running towards the room that you guys are inside of, and they pile into the room, and one of them yells out, the little boy yells out, Miss Sally, we're going to bed! And Miss Sally sort of looks and goes back to reading to some kids, and you see there's a couple other doors on the other side of the room that might be doors to rooms like the one that you're in. And yeah, the kids run into the room, and they start sort of putting on raggedy pajamas and scrubbing some powder onto their teeth and doing little Betty Bye activities.
Looking around the room, Renata had mentioned that some kids were missing. How many beds are empty?
Well, this room that you're in just has the 4 beds that the kids are getting into.
Oh, so this is the same room with the 4 beds.
There's a really big room that you looked into that the kids were messing around in.
Okay.
And then in that big room, you saw some doors that you could assume are to smaller rooms like the one you're in.
Okay.
That connect to it. And this room also has a large window facing out, and as you glance toward it, you can see that you're on the 2nd floor. So yeah, the kids are sort of getting ready to go to bed the way medieval scamps might do so.
What are the races of these kids?
Human. One of them is a tiefling boy. He looks at you, Bagheera, as if he's with a little wistful look as he gets ready. You can see him kind of like looking over at you as he's getting ready for bed.
It's dreadful hygiene. No, I'll instruct him on the proper way to brush his teeth. He's missing all of the molars.
He looks like really excited that you're telling him how to do it correctly.
This is fold it thirds. You fold the hand towel in thirds. It's much more effective.
And now he's just kind of like staring at you bright-eyed. What else should I do?
Well, now it's off to bed.
Okay. Will I see you tomorrow?
Unless you want to do some push-ups with me.
He's not as interested in doing He's just checking out Homeboy's horns. and like sort of touching his own, and he gets into bed and just looks at you.
Yes, it's all right. Yes, good. Right, be rested. Rest now. Be rested.
Is anybody else having these dreams, these fey dreams? Any of you kids?
The kids they're all like, no, only Renata. And Renata's like, come on, let's go to sleep.
Wait,
and
Renata, do you have the same dream every night of these fairies?
she's like, she says no, they're different. It's different things happen. In one of them, a fairy carries her around in the air. In another one, a bunch of little fairies pick her up together. And one of them, a fairy is a really big fairy is reading to her as she falls asleep.
This definitely sounds like fey magic, but it doesn't sound like fairies.
How do you distinguish?
Well, fairies don't typically do that kind of thing.
Read stories nor carry people? What does then?
Would I have an inkling of whatever these things are?
You rolled a 6, so
Oh, I guess not.
yeah, all you know is that it's not usual for fairies. She tells you about there's like this really big fairy with bug wings and some hair around her neck who is like putting her in a bed in the middle of a field. She had a dream about that.
So not fairies, but something else. Something which. Something.
Could be some kind of-
conflated for fairies.
Could be some kind of witch, maybe.
Suppose we will either find out soon or have a memory wiped again and wake up stupefied.
The kids have extinguished the candles in the room, and it's dark, dim light, and
Is it enough to see anything by it?
it's dim.
Where did their caretaker go? There was a.
She's in the main room where she was last time you saw her.
Oh, we're back in the little room.
Yeah.
So we're basically staking the place out to see if anything happens to Renata.
So you're in this 4-bed bunk room. You still hear some noises from the main room, but it's night, and there's a dim light coming through the window. So there are 4 bunk beds. You're in this little bunk room. The door is shut. You do hear noises from the main room as if people are still moving around in there, and the kids all have their eyes shut tight, like they're trying to go to sleep, and maybe one of them is.
So I guess we should hide.
Is there a hiding spot?
Survival?
I'll help you.
It's 5.
5 with help, eh?
Yeah, I rolled a 1 and a 4.
Oh,
You can't figure out a good spot to hide.
I'm going to sit on this chest over here. I feel like if someone comes in through the doorway, and as long as they don't look left, they won't see me at all.
Calicuz, why don't you roll insight, see if you can ascertain, if you can intuit what might be a smart way to play this.
Let me see if I could think of anything here. 20.
Yeah. You start looking around the room, and you think of some good hiding spots.
Yeah. How about under these bunks, maybe? Or
Oh, well, if you're going, if you're going to lay down, then it becomes obvious. I was looking for a standing hiding spot. Well done.
are there
Good,
like rafters
good
or
thinking
beams?
outside the verticality.
Or no?
No.
No.
What did you
Okay.
ask?
I was asking if there's rafters or beams.
Oh.
Like, I could
It's kind of low ceiling, flat
Okay.
ceiling.
So under the bunks it
Interesting.
is.
In hindsight, I'm thinking about all of the times that something is hid under something else. It's clever. You're an asset.
That's why they don't pay me anything.
Yes. Yeah, you'll get used to the complete lack of pecuniary rewards. But in fairness, we don't have anywhere to spend it either.
That's okay. I don't really have any use for this material money.
We do pick up some good stuff though sometimes, you know. Find a few.
There was quite a good
things.
feast in that maze. Oh, that's a
Oh yes, we
children's
should.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know, time is passing as you're talking.
Can you guys
know.
see in the dark, by the way?
I can see in the dim.
Okay, so it's dim.
Yeah, it's dim. Seems like there's moonlight coming through the window, and as you guys are verbally horsing around about you know, mazes and stuff, the children fall faster and faster asleep until you hear 4 distinct little snores in the room.
And as we're hiding and it gets quieter, you guys hear the faint sound of ticking clocks, kind of fading in and out. If you guys are near me,
Oh, interesting.
very faint, but it's there.
Huh. Can we? Hey, what's that ticking? What's going on?
Oh, sorry, that's just something I do.
Oh, got it. Okay. All good.
I don't notice it anymore.
So you guys are all under beds.
Yeah.
Yep, facing Renata.
All right, so time passes as you're hiding under the beds, and what with everything being so still in here, you can hear what's happening in the main room a little bit more, and every once in a while you hear something like, "Okay, children," and or you hear something like, coming from the main room. You hear some thumping and stuff, and eventually the entire place is silent. The last thing you hear is like just a really weary sigh from that woman as she like walks by the door, and she's just kind of like, and everything is silent. Yeah, and time passes. Things are still. Roll perception, Harangon.
17.
Very faintly you hear sort of a tinkling sound from outside.
Tinkling sound.
Yeah, like a bag of broken glass rolling down a washboard 300 feet away.
Okay, so you guys would see, you know, being under the bed, my long ears would be back, but all of a sudden they perk up and I'm looking very intently out the window.
Okay, you're looking. You don't see anything yet. Waiting. Did you roll perception?
Nice.
26.
The dim light starts to change a little bit in the room. There's a yellowish tinge to it, then a reddish tinge to it, then a bluish tinge, but very, very faint, almost imperceptible, almost like the light from outside is somehow being filtered in some way. And the tinkling sound increases so that all 3 of you can hear it, although it's still very quiet.
The light.
Something's coming.
Outside.
Yeah, I see it.
And as you sort of all brace yourselves and listen and stare for all you're worth, Renata floats up from her bed, completely horizontally, as if supported, her blanket falling from her, just laying in the air.
Can I see what's lifting her?
You can roll perception.
20.
cannot see. Even with a 20.
Wow.
A natural 20?
No, dirty 20.
20.
Dirty 20.
You cannot see what is lifting her. It appears that she is floating, unsupported, as if laying on something about 3 feet above her bed. And as she, as you stare as hard as you can at this, and you can't see anybody holding her up or anything, she starts drifting towards the window, which you guys will hear unlatch, and the window will open outward. This big window opens outward.
Can
I stick my hand out and cast Fairy Fire.
Okay. Where are you casting it at?
Right at Renata.
Okay. Well, that would reveal any invisible creatures. They would be covered in fairy fire.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like I forgot to bring paper out here for myself.
I have a few extra sheets.
It's okay. I'll type my notes. But you know, I like to write with the hand. So
If
yeah. So you cast Fairy Fire, and tell me what that looks like as it goes out of your hand and sort of envelops the floating girl.
So, you see me stick my hand out, and there's a brief kind of light that kind of slowly emanates from her, and then she starts glowing this kind of like bluish purple, kind of like an outline, and then how big? Oh, that's pretty big. So besides her, you can see like the few other kids around her are lit up, and a few of the objects around the thing, and it's not too bright, but it's very clear. Like, oh, now you can it was dim light. Now you can clearly see. Okay, there's a kid there. There's a kid there. A few kid objects there. Renata's up in the air, and then is there anything else revealed?
Yeah, the three kids are now emanating dim light in various colors, like pink and blue, that shimmer, almost like a flame with no warmth, that serves to illuminate the room a little better. Her floating body is surrounded by this glow that he put on her. You do not see any other shapes illuminated around her. However, when you do that, her body darts out the window.
Oh shoot!
Leap to follow.
Yeah. Just instinctively, just instantly, just get up and start to follow.
So it shoots out the window. You could intuit that you sort of startled something in a way. And so the body shoots out the window, and you all are on the second story. So what are you up to?
What's the closest building?
When you look out the window?
Yeah.
There is a small meadow and then a forest whilst looking out the window.
Oh, so it faces like a forest. Dang. Okay.
Yeah, there's like 100 feet of meadow, and then there's a forest.
Okay.
So yeah, her body is shooting towards the forest.
Okay. From the window, I use my rabbit hop to jump 15 feet out.
Okay, and then you'll fall 20 feet.
I guess so.
All right.
But that would be like a arc, right? Like.
20 feet's 20 feet.
Okay.
You take 5 bludgeoning damage.
The independence of X and Y dimensions.
As you so you sort of heroically leap out the window after the shooting away girl, and you land on your large padded bunny feet, but a little too hard, realizing that you have sort of your eyes were bigger than your stomach, hero-wise, and you land on your feet. You feel it in your haunches as you hit the ground. Ooh! But you're still moving, and she's still moving towards the forest.
Yeah, I'm just following her.
What are you guys doing?
I'm following as well. I'm going to jump out the window and use slow fall.
You're a monk. So I think that means you take half damage.
It's
So
reduced by 20. Reduce falling damage by 20.
oh, okay. Well, you're good then. So you leap out the window and
And I just step of the wind running towards this floating body.
so as you leap out the window, it looks kind of like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and you just like fucking dancing out the window, and you just land gracefully and do a little cartwheel, and then you head towards the forest. And you?
Well, the beginner has to climb down, but we'll do it with an emphasis on speed, and if that means he takes a fall at the end, then he's not gonna. Then he'll sacrifice a little bit of falling for speed if that's what it takes.
All right, give me your athletics check.
16.
Good. You make it down. A little slower than the other ones. The eager Harangon is nearest to the woods, as the glowing and illuminated and easy to follow Renata's body heads into the woods. Are you all? You're pursuing?
Pursuing.
Yes, maximum pursuit.
You pursue with Bezix in the front. Bezix, you see the body of Renata wending its way through some trees. You start running in between darkened trees, bushes, roots, etc., crunching in the night as you follow her body, which almost seems to be running from you, although you illuminated nothing. It gets into a clearing, and it pauses above a very small pool of water, almost a puddle, like a 3-foot wide puddle that is in the off center of the clearing. And her body just stops and hangs over the puddle. As you get to the edge of the clearing, and you two are a little bit farther back in the trees, and you see the pink and blue waving lights of the fairy fire, unless you've dropped your concentration.
Nope, still concentrate.
Through the dark trees, now staying in place. You guys just
Rush in.
rush in, head
Rush
towards
in,
it?
yeah.
Yeah, you guys get into the clearing, and she is above this pool, and she is slowly lowering down towards this puddle.
Can I try to leap and catch her?
You can make a acrobatics or athletics.
To acrobatics. 17.
Yeah, you jump over the pool and you grab her floating form, and her form remains stuck in the air as if it were an immovable rod that is a child.
Oh.
And it continues to slowly descend towards the pool, or the puddle, with you holding her, holding onto her, dangling from her. As it gets closer to the pool, your feet hit the puddle, and then she keeps going down, and now you're like under her as she's getting closer to the pool.
Okay. And is this just water? Like, am I just?
Yeah, it's like
Like
2 inches of water. It's 3 feet wide and 2 inches of water puddle.
So my feet are like touching the bottom as it gets lower.
Yeah, I mean, if you've allowed it to happen at this point, you're like laying on your back in this puddle as she's lowering towards you, and you're sort of holding on. You've been hanging on to her as she gets closer and closer
Yeah.
to the ground.
Okay, yeah. I'm keeping my grip.
All right, what are you guys doing?
I grab on like to Bezix, so like I'm sort of like you've got like the girl and I'm like holding on to you and like trying to like keep you stable from getting yanked along.
What is the season of this meadow? Is it wet, dry?
Well, now you're in the forest. It's a little wet and it's dark, and it's like early spring vibe. Yeah, you're in a clearing.
Clearing.
Is-
Bagheera lights a torch
Okay.
and shouts out that we ask for parley.
You shout out, "We ask for parley!"
Mm-hmm.
And where are you standing as you do this?
Next to them.
Okay, so you're not touching them. So as her body descends down onto you as you lay in the puddle, and as he is like grabbing you to steady you, when Renata's body touches the puddle glows white throughout it, and she disappears. As do you, because you're in the puddle, and as do you, because you're touching them. So we'll get to you in a moment, but you are standing alone in this clearing, and the three of them are gone, and the pool is still glowing white.
Extinguish the torch and see if I can leap in. Step in. I won't leap head first. I'll step in.
Like a cold
You step into the pool, which is an inch or two deep, but as you step in, your foot just keeps on going, as if you were stepping into a hole, and then you disappear as well. And you all find yourself in a completely different place than where you were.
So much for parlay.
Yeah, nobody listened to that.
You say parallel. You see the difference.
As you pass through the portal, there's a moment of disorientation. You can't tell up from down, dark from light. Your head spins, and then you're standing in a completely different place than you were before. Gone.
Do I still have a Renata in my hands?
You do. Gone is the drab clearing in the moonlight. Instead, the sky bathes you in a twilight glow. Clouds move across the sky at different speeds, fast and then slow. The brackish water lapping at the shoreline of the island you stand on is iridescent like the wings of a dragonfly, and the roots of the trees that grow out of the shallows are like thin stilts holding massive trees above the waters of the swamp. So you find yourself holding Renata, you holding him, you tumbling through on top of them and rolling next to them, and you're laying in on a twilit island of sorts, with this iridescent water lapping at the edges of the island, and you see a very tiny isthmus leading away towards another island, and it seems like it's almost a micro archipelago in this swamp of water, where there's little islands that are connected by little places that you can walk from thing to thing. It's dimly lit. There is moderate obscurement, like a fog hanging in the air. It's twilight, and now that you're here, around Renata, you see a bunch of little creatures, maybe this big, and they have like fur and little insect wings. They look humanoid-ish in shape, but also insectoid, and there were like 20 of them that were holding on to her. But as you come through, you hear them chittering and making little noises, and they start zipping away from you immediately as you come to rest on the ground, and they gather on the far side of the island towards where the little footbridge through the water is. And there you be.
Wow. So I'm still got Renata.
You're holding Renata, yes.
Okay. Okay, after that feeling of uneasiness, I, open my eyes a bit and see all this. Do I know where we are? Is this where I think we are?
It feels like the Feywild.
Oh, nice. So yeah, I'm immediately filled with this sense of like, ooh, like home, the feeling that you get. And then I see these, are these things still holding Renata, these little creatures?
They flew over to the other side of the island, and they're sort of zipping around in a little swarm and looking at you guys. And every once in a while, you're like,
Oh. Okay, so I gently put Renata down. Is she like still unconscious?
yes, she's sleeping peacefully.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, I gently put her down as I'm looking at these little things. Do I recognize these things?
Roll
now,
history.
Now that I can see them. 5.
You have a vague memory that these things might be called pleasantries.
Oh. Okay.
Is there sign of inhabitation or artifice? Walkways, bridges, footprints, anything like that?
The sort of isthmus that leads away from the island to another island feels a bit artificial, almost as if you were in a forest and there was a trail that was made. Yeah, you can imagine a twilight sky with pinks and blues, clouds moving at different speeds. As you look ahead of you, you can make out another island on the other side of this little pathway, and you can see another pathway leading away from that island. But beyond those islands, what you see is lapping water, rainbow-hued lapping water at the edges of these islands. And what are you up to?
So I place Renata down, looking at these things, and put my hands up, like, "Oh, little ones, wait, we don't mean to harm you." And I was going to ask you about this. So I have a Phaelost background. It says,
yeah, like Fey beings will respect you and
yeah,
know you.
they see me as one of their own because of this friendly Fey creatures are inclined to come to your aid if you are lost or need help in the Feywild.
Yeah. These guys just disappear.
Oh.
They all zip, a little swarm of them swooping and diving, and as you say, like, "Oh, friends," they're like, "Zip!" and they all zip in the direction of the little pathway deeper into this iridescent swamp. Yeah, you're alone on the island with the little isthmus in front of you.
Are any of the constellations recognizable?
You can't see the stars. It's the space, but it's, dusky.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
Let's say you see 2 moons. Yes.
exquisite.
The way the moon looks when the sun is setting. Sort of, one of them is much bigger than we might expect, and one of them is a similar size.
Well, it seems we should proceed. Though I am loath to bring the child to wherever it is we're going, I feel that is safer than leaving her here. What do you think?
Should we look and see if there's a safe place on this little island that we can hide her away?
This
Maybe.
worth
Where-
looking for.
this
Yeah.
puddle taking us to here. Can I check if it's a? I don't know if it would be an Arcana check. If this is a Feywild Crossroads.
Sure, do an Arcana.
Nice. That is a 22.
You can ascertain that this was a Feywild crossroads or portal, and you recall that in order for them to function, various stimuli have to be in effect. Like if it's a circle of mushrooms, it's not just always going to be a circle of mushrooms. It has to be like you sprinkle salt in it while wearing a funny hat or something like that.
Right.
So yeah, you definitely ascertain that this was that.
Nice. So I take a nice big inhale as I'm back where I'm familiar with. I'm like, you guys know what we just did?
Tell us.
We just found a Feywild Crossroads.
What does this mean?
It's hard to explain, but it's a way to cross back and forth from the Feywild to the material plane. It's how I got to where you guys are from. I did it by accident.
You say back and forth.
Theoretically, yes. In my research with some druids, we discovered that there are these various crossroads, as they're called, but they're very tricky and complicated to activate. We just happened to go through one.
Would you be able to recognize how to, if we saw another one, would you recognize it?
Unfortunately, no. It could be anything. I mean, I found mine by accident because I ate something that was too spicy, and I ended up in this town.
What is it about this area that clues you in that it's one of those? Is there something about it that
Yeah, like that the magic's involved feel very familiar. And this feeling that I have is exactly the feeling I got when I arrived in your guys' plane. I've been searching for one of these for a long time. I can't believe we found one by accident.
I think it's no accident. All these little journeys are never the same twice, but what they have in common is there's always something amiss that needs to be put right. Perhaps. So it seems like not a coincidence that your familiarity with this place could be put to use. I think perhaps we have to appease or otherwise dissuade whatever force has its hooks in this girl from taking her, and perhaps then we're also can find where the other children and individuals have been stolen to.
And you guys said you've been here before.
Not here, or perhaps you have been to a different Fey realm.
we were in a Fey realm? I'm not sure if it's the same realm.
Well, if this is your guys' first time, just know nothing is what it seems here. Expect the unexpected everywhere.
All
But
right.
that's also what makes it fun. And I can tell you, those little creatures, I think they're called pleasantries. They're not out to harm anyone. However, them taking children, especially in their sleep, is very suspicious.
Indeed.
So somebody's involved.
Someone or something is involved.
Yes. Well, to your idea, let's perhaps there is a place here that we can set the child aside. Although I'm reluctant to let the child out of our
As you're
sight.
talking, she wakes up
Okay.
and she's like, "What happened?
What?
Did you let the fairy steal me?" She looks around.
Well, your hypothesis, child, was very robust. You were indeed taken ineffably and unstoppably to a fairy realm. Your dreams, the portent of the journey which has brought you, as you see, to this destination.
She looks at you very confused.
We're trying to find who brought you here, under the assumption that whoever brought you here is here. And it seems that there's only one path to take.
And she goes, "Well, I just want to find my friend Sophie. She's my best friend, and she disappeared just a couple weeks ago. We have to find Sophie."
Fear not, we will find Sophie.
Sophie! Sophie!
Right. Well,
You said you were heroes. Let's go get Sophie. And she
I will take
she
my
pulls
hand.
out this like little wooden sword that she had in her back. That she's like, I was saving this just in case something like this happened. It's clearly very ineffectual. But she's like, I'll get those fairies and get Sophie.
And I grab her hand, like, oh, easy there, little one. Don't worry, we'll save her. Right. Stay
I
close
pull out
to
my
me.
sword. I pull out my sword and I'm like, yes, that's right. Yeah.
And she's like, don't control me. You're not my dad, rabbit. And
Feisty one over here.
like, yeah, you're right, you big green guy. Let's stab some fairies and get Sophie.
all right. Bagheera takes the lead down the path before the child rushes off ahead.
Okay, so you start walking away from the island and onto this little isthmus of stones and dirt that has iridescent water lapping at both sides of it, and for a while it's nothing but that. You three, I hope, in a line of sorts.
Yeah, I'm right behind you. I'm holding Renata's hand still.
She's like, let go of me.
But as we walk, you see me like pick up things every now and then and eat them, because I know what these things are. And I might offer them to Renata.
Maybe some kind of snail that happens to be between the edge of the stone and the water.
I'm looking at the iridescent water and I sort of like dip my foot in it just because I'm curious. Like, I just want to know what happens if I put my foot in the water.
And I go, oh, careful.
Nothing happens that time.
Good.
Like I said, expect the unexpected here.
Okay.
So
Mind where you step.
after a little bit of time where you're walking on this very thin piece of stones and dirt with the iridescent lapping water on both sides of you, you make it to another island, which is grassy. The grass is blue and green with a few blades of pink grass, and it's a large chunk of land, a vast tract of land, just a moderately sized small island thing, with another trail leading off away from it. And so you're on the next chunk of land, and Renata looks excited to keep exploring.
While we're walking, Bagheera's attention will be on any indication that something has left the trail, any disturbance or tracks that suggest something either wandered off into the woods or came from the woods onto the trail.
Okay.
Oh, and when we got there, I turned off the fairy fire, so Renata's not glowing.
Okay. Well, it has a duration of 1 minute.
Ah.
So you roll survival for the thing you asked for.
I'll help.
Your expertise in these matters is useful. These environments are strange to me, but I can see how it could become a sort of fanciful home for one who is used to it.
It's the best place.
That is 16.
And you're looking for tracks?
Tracks or say a broken branch or a dropped breadcrumb, anything that indicates a deviation from the trail.
Not really. You can sort of ascertain that perhaps other people have passed this way, but not recently. I'm just putting a die on some of these because the wind might blow them away. So, but as you give an expert appraisal of this tract of land around which iridescent water laps, you notice that there are some large poppies on this island. I would say they're like a foot wide, and they're red poppies as you are exploring. And why don't you guys put yourself on this large island, which does indeed have one change of elevation in the middle.
Which direction are we coming from?
You're coming from Caliku's side, headed towards Bezix's side.
Do poppies have any significance in tales either of you have heard?
Yeah, can I do? I don't know what
do
that would
something,
be.
yeah.
You've
So,
traveled
another
many
history, I
lands
think.
I guess
for-
another history. Yeah. See if I
Unless
know.
you
What,
want to do
yeah.
nature, but they're both intelligence based. So.
yeah, I guess I'll just do history. 17.
Yeah, you get the idea that if you sniff these things, that you will fall asleep.
So yeah, so we come into this clearing and you're clearly looking at him. I go, oh, cool, don't get too close. These ones, if you sniff them, you'll fall asleep.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Might that we should perhaps that'll come in handy later, as sleep and dreams seems to be some element of the passage between these worlds.
It's true.
Well then, we will proceed with caution.
You intuit that. I want everyone to roll initiative, but don't shout it out just yet. Alright, Bezix, what'd you get?
21.
Calicus, what'd you get?
21 as well.
Nice.
Who's got the higher dex mod?
+3 to my dex.
I have +2.
Okay. Bagheera, what'd you get?
14.
Okay.
Oh no, the music.
Okay.
Country showdown.
Bezix, it's your turn.
It's my turn.
Yup.
Okay.
Your character is on this island. There are flowers around. That's all you know.
Okay. So yeah, I'm telling around like, oh, those are pretty, but don't touch those.
Oh, I should just I'll grab a little child mini for Renata, and I'll assign her some hit points just in case.
Oh no.
Someone wants to kill her.
Dreadful.
Oh god. How tall is your character?
He's like kind of average human height.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah. 5'8" or something.
Ah, nice.
Give me the child.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
I want the child. None of that is happening.
Yours is similar, right? Medium, but a lot of you.
No, I'm small.
Oh, small.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
considered small.
Alright,
so
so,
about 3.5 feet, and then a little bit higher with the ears. Yeah.
Movement, bonus action, action.
I don't really know what's going on, so telling around about the flowers. just telling her, oh, just be careful, don't touch anything.
Okay.
And then I guess I'm holding my action as I'm, showing her the flowers.
Looking for trouble?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Calicoos, what are you up to?
I'm gonna just take a stroll into maybe just to about here, see if I see anything.
Okay.
Look around.
You can roll perception. You can still tell me your movement if you want. If you are overall moving from one side to the other or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, knowing where we are, I'm gonna wait.
Okay. So perception,
18. No, 19.
you don't see anything. Maybe you hear sort of a sound like this that seems to you can't really tell where it's coming from. You want to do anything else in your turn?
No, not at the moment.
Okay. You're up.
Is this a gradual or sheer elevation change?
It's a 5 foot sheer. It's 5 foot though.
Well, I will.
The height of a man.
Essentially proceed in pace with Beezix and Renata. So with the same walking pace we've been doing.
So yeah, I'm just following behind him.
Okay.
So I will proceed ahead, but if they stop behind me, I'll wait for them to catch up.
And then just clarification, this is water over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Calicoos. Something hits you. It feels large and chunky and kind of slimy, and you take 12 bludgeoning damage. It hits you again. Almost like something the size of a small person was thwacking into you, like a rubbery appendage of sorts, the size of a small person. And it does 10 more damage to you, bringing you to 23 out of 45.
I don't see anything when
You
it's
don't.
happening?
You don't see
I just
anything.
feel it.
Beezix, you are up.
Okay. And I see this obviously.
Yeah, you see him reacting to blows.
Hmm.
Oh, oh. Do you say anything, Calicoos?
What is this? Is something wet and slimy and heavy is. Ow.
So
Okay.
he calls out, "What is this? Something's wet and slimy! Oh!"
Okay, I'm gonna look and give a nice, good, concentrated look, see if I see anything.
Uh-huh.
Would that be investigation?
Yep.
Okay. Oof, a 1. So 3 total.
You can't tell what's going on.
Shoot. Okay. So since I can't see, I'm gonna. This is a stump or something.
Yeah.
So I'm going to immediately take her and hide her behind this stump
Okay.
because I don't know what's happening.
Okay. Anything else?
You look pretty. I saw you getting kind of pushed around there. Oh shoot! I'm too far away.
For what?
I was gonna do cure wounds, but I have to touch you to do that.
You could get over to him and then take a step back. You could use the rest of your movement to go over to him, and then you could go one more step away from him afterwards if you wanted to.
Yeah, sure, let's do that. So, get Renata behind the stump, tell her to lay low.
Stay there.
Stay there. And I hop over. And you're, so I put my hands on you and do cure wounds. So that is 1d8 plus 2 that you regain back.
You want to roll that?
Do I roll that?
Yeah.
Oh.
You get the pleasure of casting Cure Wounds.
Oh, sorry, 1d8, sorry. 1d8. 6, 7, 8. Plus your spellcasting. Plus 2. Yeah, so you get 8 points back.
Thank you.
Yes. Very good. And you take...
And I'll take a step back and be in my defensive position.
All right. Very good. Calicos, you're up.
So, can I sense? Can I feel where this thing is that is attacking me?
You can either roll perception to try to see and feel, or you can roll insight to try to intuit what is happening.
I'm gonna do perception.
All right.
Kind of feel where these blows are coming from. Ooh, a 9.
Are you waving your hands around?
Yeah. I'm like, in.
You sort of feel like one of your fingers brushes against something, but only for a moment. Somewhere to the northeast of you, but yeah, nothing appears to be there, and you also don't really hear anything. What else do you want to do?
Okay, so was that my action?
If you want to do something else that makes sense, I'll let you do something else.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
I want to take a swing at it.
In that area?
Yeah.
Okay, you swing at that area, you don't hit anything. Any movement?
Yeah, I'm gonna fall back in like a sort of backwards roll up to here.
To there? Alright, you're gonna take an opportunity attack. What's your AC?
17.
Alright, it hits you. As you dart back, you feel another like rubbery appendage smack into you, and you take 8 damage. So I think that's 24, maybe my math's wrong.
23.
And yeah, and there's you sort of feel like there's something gooey on your face after it hits you. All right, Bagheera, you're up.
I think we race for the exit. Bagheera goes back and says, "We must be fast, child. I will carry you." And if she doesn't wiggle away from getting picked up,
She leaps into your arms.
fantastic. And then make it as far as he can.
So
this
you
edge
can
here?
double your movement if you're using dash action.
Yeah.
So that would be 12 squares.
And get to here, at which point he will sort of set her down and then like leap down and then kind of like pick her up and pull her down.
Okay. And your path took you here, yeah?
Yes.
So as you're passing this poppy, you start to feel sleepy.
Okay.
Do you resist?
Yes.
Roll a con save.
20.
You fight off the effects of the sleepy poppy, and you get down the cliff and are holding Renata there. All right. Okay. Beezix, you feel something sort of swooping by you as you're standing there, and you smell something horticultural in the air as something passes you.
Okay.
And then again, something else swoops by on the other side, and you feel a hint of sliminess brush against your skin, but nothing hits you.
Okay.
Now it's Renata's turn, and she's like, What's happening? Why are you getting attacked by people?
Oh, she
Help me!
decided to leap out of.
Yeah.
Okay.
She runs over there.
Can I try to stop her?
You can opportunity attack her as she's running, and I'll say you're trying to grab her.
Yeah.
So roll a strength check.
8.
She eludes you,
Okay.
and she runs across the field. Help! Something's attacking my friends! Sophie, where are you? She sounds different than before somehow. Beezix, no, I'm just saying my voice sounds
Oh,
like that.
okay.
Beezix, you're up.
Okay. As this thing, you said, I feel a couple swooshes. You feel something and smell something. Can I see if I recognize the smell?
You want to roll history? See what your...
Sure. 11.
Smells like a mushroom.
Mushroom. Okay. And do I know what this is?
Nah. Not with an 11.
Okay. Something I see.
You think you're getting attacked by a mushroom.
Okay. Well, knowing where we are, I'm gonna rush over here, and I want to fall asleep from the flower.
All right, you fall asleep, and you run over to the flower, and you stick your face in it, and you start going and like snuffling up all the pollen and stuff. And as you fall asleep, you wake up next to the flower in the ethereal realm, and you see a large mushroom with appendages coming off of it that is glowing blue. I will partially represent it with this tree stump with eyes. And there's also a drawing on that paper to indicate its largesse. Yeah, you see a large mushroom that is glowing blue that seems to have dim light all around it with this blue glow coming off, and it has these arms. And as you wake up, you see this thing, and if it had eyes, you might think it was looking at you as it sort of turns over to you. And this is your body sleeping in the in the Fey plane, and you sort of stand up from your sleeping body, and you see this this thing.
Oh, wow.
That will be your turn, since you used your action to smoke the flower, and now you're asleep.
Okay.
And you won't have movement because you stood up from prone and you're asleep.
Okay.
So Calicuz, you're up.
Oh, sorry. Just how big is it?
It's large, so it's
Oh, okay.
filling a 10 by 10 area,
Okay, so much bigger than I am.
and it's like 15 feet tall, let's say, or
Oh, dang,
let's say 12. So Calicuz, all that you actually know is that your friend ran over to the flower, stuck his face in it, and fell asleep next to it. So right now you know that you're being attacked by something invisible, and that your friend just went and fell asleep. You don't know what he sees.
And you didn't say anything. I just saw you do that.
You
So
said-
I was like, well, this guy seems to know this area, so I'm gonna follow as well. I'm gonna come over to should I go? Actually, I'm gonna go to the same flower and rub my face in it the same way.
All right. So you also fall asleep. You also wake up. You also see this 12-foot tall mushroom, glowing blue, with and you stand up from your sleeping body in the ethereal plane, and the mushroom looks back and forth between the two of you, waving its appendages threateningly. Bagheera, you're up.
Try to run and swoop. Run and swoop. The old run and swoop.
Okay.
Where
Yeah,
one swoops after one runs.
Let's say that now that she's been running, she's more afraid now that she's alone out there, and she clings to your leg with fear. What else would you like to do?
Does that mean she's making it difficult? Do I need to calm her down before I can carry her?
No, she gets up in your arms.
Fantastic. And then we'll proceed ahead, glancing behind us, assuredly being followed by my compatriots. Can I see them from?
Yeah, you
this
can see
place?
that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Saturn's bollocks! All right. What's ahead off this map?
Another long isthmus of sorts.
All right. All right. Bagheera will spend the rest of his turn impressing upon the child. All right. You must stay here. I'm going to go get the others, and we're going to be right back for you. Can you do that for me? Can you be brave enough to stay here until we come get you, and then we'll go rescue Sophie?
And she says, yes, I'll try, but don't you leave me.
You'll be right where you can see us.
She's gonna try.
All right.
Anything else?
I'll make it back in this direction as far as I can go.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you take 2 more steps that way.
Great.
All right. Where'd you go? Where did you come from? Where did you go? There you are. Okay. All right. This this thing steps up here. Let's see. So that you're both in range, and it tries to hold its mushroom cap over both of your heads, and then it starts going with its mushroom cap. And maybe it's doing this too. And the mushroom cap, I'm making myself dizzy. The mushroom cap waves back and forth, and all of these spores start to fall down on you both like snowflakes. And let me get a con save from both of you.
19.
13.
Just enough. Just enough to not be poisoned for 1 minute. Very good. So these spores fall down. They get in your eyes. They get in your mouth. Little spores, like little mushrooms, and they annoy you. But nothing happens. And you cough on the spores, but you manage to spit them out and pull one out of your lip and stuff. And you have not been poisoned by this thing's spores. And you almost hear from within this massive 12-foot tall mushroom a growl as it looms over you and goes. Renata, let's see if she has enough integrity to stay where she is. She's staying where she is for now, but she is afraid. Bezix, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to make my way here. So it's my 30 feet of movement. And then I'm going to magically swipe at it as I cast Mind Sliver at it.
Alright, it's gonna do an attack of opportunity on you as you run away. But it misses.
Okay.
So you're casting Mind Sliver on it, so that's an intelligence
That's
save for
intelligence save, yeah, for 17.
It fails.
Okay, so you take 1d6. Where's my sixes there? 1d6. Ooh, 1 point of psychic damage.
It
you-
goes.
You also are going to roll a d4, and you're going to subtract that from your next saving throw,
Very, very good.
which will be right now as I metamagic quicken cast levitate as a bonus action.
One moment.
Have your cantrips, don't they go up in damage when you hit 5th level?
Some of them scale, some of them don't.
Some of them do, some of them don't. Yeah. Oh, you're right. That should have been 2d6.
Bring it on.
So an extra 3.
Ah, it moans once more.
Good call.
All right. Okay, it's making a con save.
And you subtract the d4.
Uh-huh. And it's a DC what now?
17.
Pretty high. How'd your DC get so high? Ah, yes, level 5, plus 3 proficiency bonus. How sad for this creature, which now levitates into the air. Its feet not touching the ground as it levitates
So
above.
lifted up about 10, 15 feet. You just
Yep. So yeah, you did that. Well played. And
that'll be the end of my turn.
all right, Calicuz, you're up.
Sorry, I was checking something. Is it?
How many
Does
feet
it
up
have
did you
any
put it?
About 15 feet.
It's 15 feet up.
So you did damage on it and you raised it up
Yeah.
into the air.
So you
Is
start
it-
go,
okay.
and then all of a sudden just floats up into the air.
As
Okay.
it floats past Calicuz into the air, Calicuz, you get an opportunity attack on it if you want.
Oh, sure. Take it. It's an 8
8 to hit.
to hit.
You do not hit.
Okay.
Your karate chop whizzes by the chunky mushroom material as it floats into the air, 15 feet in the air above your head, out of range of your punches and stabs.
Okay. Can I throw a dart at it?
You may.
I throw a dart at it.
Roll to hit, please.
12. Sorry. Is that just 12? Is that just the number?
You add your proficiency bonus to the roll plus your modifier.
Okay.
So it would be 3 plus your dex bonus.
So 20?
Yes.
Nice.
3 plus 5, 4.
3 plus 5.
So
Dex, yeah, so 5 dex.
yeah, so
3.
it's whatever you rolled plus 8 to hit.
Yeah, so that would be 20.
All right, so the dart shoots up into the sky, stabbing into the mushroom flesh, and roll damage.
Okay. What do I?
I believe
What
a
is-
dart is a D4 plus your dex. Although if you're a monk, it could be a monk weapon, which would make you roll your martial arts die instead,
Okay. All right.
which would be a D6.
So that's a 4. Is there an attack bonus on the?
Yes,
dart?
it is your dex mod.
Okay, thanks. So that would be 9.
You hear the mushroom squeal in pain as your dart pierces its mushroom flesh, and as it takes that damage, spores fall down upon you, and you take 10 poison damage from these spores that invade your nostrils with their fungal ways. Would you like to do anything else on your turn?
Yeah. So then I want to do. Stunning strike.
Stunning strike works with an
It
unarmed
doesn't-
strike,
Oh,
and
it
it's
doesn't work
floating
with a dart.
15 feet
Darn
above
it.
you.
I thought it was gonna work with the dart. Okay. Okay. Can I step of the wind as a bonus action to get out of there?
I take it back. It's when you hit another creature with a melee weapon attack, but this
Okay.
is a ranged weapon.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, you've done some dart damage. The spores have fallen on you. What else will you do?
So I will step of the wind and escape and start running towards the ledge.
Okay. So you use your bonus action to disengage. You don't need to because it's floating above you. It's not. It's 15 feet in the air.
Okay.
So you can save that key point.
Oh.
So you run over there.
Yeah. And that's it.
All right. Okay. The nightcap, which we'll call it a nightcap now. The nightcap floats helplessly in the air. A blue glow emanating off it, sad spores dripping down to the ground. If it had a face, it would be frowning. And Renata's up. Let's see what she does. She stays where you put her. And Bezix, you are up.
Okie dokie.
I think I've been skipped.
I was just thinking, I don't remember you taking a turn.
Bagheera's turn is after Calicuz's, so please go.
Okay. We'll attempt to climb up here.
All right, you're good.
Okay.
I think a fighter can climb 5 feet.
And get ready to pick up this body of. I think this is Bezix's body in the following turns.
Okay, so you are standing there, and
if I have actions left, I'll pick up Bezix's body.
okay, you'll need to step to where the body is and subsequently breathe in poppy air.
Okay. Yep.
Make a con save. Yep.
17.
You don't fall asleep.
Okay.
So you're carrying his body.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And any? Yeah. All right. Good. Okay. So the nightcap took its turn. Bezix, it's your turn.
Okay. Could we see him from this sleepy realm?
No.
Okay.
No. You don't see neither the body raised nor the fellow. You see but a field with some poppies and your friend and this floating mushroom.
Nice. Okay. So I see you kind of run to this way, and kind of yell out like, "I told you to expect the unexpected." So I've got my hand still, I'm concentrating on holding the thing up, because that's a concentration spell.
You're keeping concentration on holding it up.
Yeah, and then I believe I can still cast.
You can do whatever.
Yeah, so I'm gonna cast Tasha's Mind Whip at the floating spore there.
It fails.
Okay, so that's 3d6. So 10 psychic damage.
Okay.
It also can't take a reaction until the end of its next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Moreover, on its next turn, it must choose whether it gets a move, an action, or a bonus action. It only gets one of the three.
Yes. I see you have gotten the same dice as I have.
Oh, Julie got these for me.
I love them.
Yeah.
Are those metal?
Yeah, they're aluminum.
Nice.
Did she just get them in the last couple days?
Just, yeah, like yesterday. No way.
Yeah. I got a new set of them as well.
Nice.
That I'm excited about. They're coming soon. So, yes, you've cast that on it,
Yep,
and?
that's the end of my turn.
All right. Calicuz, you're up.
Okay, so I'm looking around. Is there any creatures around me that live creatures around me that I might be able to sacrifice?
Shit.
What?
Like harmless creatures, or
Oh, you're trying to do the bag of rats?
yeah.
Trick? No. You're on an island with some poppies, and you're running in the ethereal realm.
I'm in a realm within a realm.
You're running in the ethereal realm away from a floating mushroom.
Which is definitely not a metaphor for anything.
You must decide.
Okay. Well, it seemed to do some damage with that dart, so I'm gonna throw another dart at it.
All
Hope
right,
that
roll
I'm
to
far
hit.
enough away. Sorry, one more time.
Your dart is +8 to hit.
Oh, it's +8. Okay, got it. So that's 17.
You hit. Roll damage.
5. I should have written this down. +8. And then what was the
You take what you rolled and you add your dex mod to it.
okay.
Is your damage.
So that's 10.
10 damage. As you hit it with the dart, another cloud of spores falls out of the mushroom uselessly onto the ground as it goes and writhes around in the air. A whirlwind holding it aloft. It's very helpless currently. Anytime you attack with a monk weapon, you can use an unarmed strike as a bonus action. That's not going to help you right now, but something to be aware of.
Okay.
Any further movement?
I'm just gonna sidle up to Bezix over here.
Okay. Okay, Bagheera, you're up.
I'm going to haul this body down here. It's 30. I can probably get about to here at half movement.
Okay. Anything else?
I will attempt to reassure the child.
She is reassured. All right, it is the Nightcap's turn. As you see this illuminated blue glowing 12-foot tall mushroom hovering 15 feet above the ground, looking very helpless, all of a sudden it disappears from your view because it goes back to the Feywild, where it is not levitating, and it walks over to this body, the sleeping body of Calicuz, and hovers its mushroom cap over his sleeping form. Renata is like, "Oh, tiefling guy, help me!" And she runs over here. Do you yell anything to her as she's running?
Stay put. I'm between you and it.
All right. Bezix, you're up. So, Bezix, you and the monk are alone on this island in the ethereal plane.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I just saw it disappear.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
I didn't see the eyeballs on there.
Okay, I'm gonna move to about here. And then, since I see it's not there anymore, I'm gonna try to wake myself up.
Okay. So you're gonna roll a straight Constitution check.
It's 18.
Okay, you wake up and put yourself over there and hand me that sleeping form, and you are in Bagheera's arms. You flutter open your eyes to see the handsome tiefling face above you, feeling a bit like the lady from King Kong in the arms of the large and classy fighter. Are any words exchanged as you come to?
I come to, and realizing I'm not where I thought I was, I'm quickly looking around, trying to get my bearings. Looking at you. Wait, where are we?
There's a thing that's got Calicuz. We have to hurry.
Yes, we have to. Calicuz is not here, but we have to go back for his body.
All right, Calicuz, it's your turn.
All right.
You are alone on this island. There's something sort of flimsy about the reality here, and the poppies are around you, and that's all you see. Your friend has disappeared. The mushroom has disappeared.
Expect the unexpected. Why do I always get into this crap? Well, he woke up. Maybe I can wake up too, so I'm gonna try to wake up.
Well, you don't know that he woke up. All you know
Well, I
is
know
that he disappeared.
but I saw him concentrating.
I'm sure the logic
Struggling.
could be connected. I'll tell you what. Roll insight. You've got a high insight. I'm sure you can intuit what transpired.
Nice.
Yes. You know he woke up. Make a con check to see if you can force yourself asleep. Ah! Ah!
16.
You're good. You wake up, and so please hand me that sleeping form there. And you are standing in front of the monster.
Again.
Boink. All right, and that'll be your turn. And the nightcap's going after you in the Feywild, and you can see it. It hits, and it hits, and you take 13 plus 14. So you take 27, and you are laid out, unconscious, making death saves on your turn. Bezix, you're up.
Oh no. Can I see that from where I am?
Yes.
Okay. So I go, oh no. So I point my hand at you and I point my hand right here and I cast Vortex Warp on your body, which will now put you right here.
Very good. Now, may I ask, how many spell slots do you have yet left?
So I just use that.
You've been burning through them.
I have one more second level, 3 more first level, and 2 third level.
Wow. The power of level 5.
Mm-hmm.
So you vortex warp him over there as an action. Any bonus actions or movement?
Yeah, I'm going to I'll quicken meta magic and cure wounds on him now that he's right next to us.
Okay.
So, and I'm going to use one of my third level spell slots for you for that
All
one.
right.
Cure wounds. So that is 3d8.
Does that mean I still have to do my saving?
No. Not if
Wow.
you wake up.
Wait, how did that get in there? You get 20 points back.
Wow.
Wait, 1d8 plus? Oh, you rolled it at
No,
third level?
at third level. So
Very
3d8
good.
plus 2.
Very, very good. So, what was it, 20?
20.
20, you're back up with 20 hit points, Calicuz. It's like you never left, son. Is that the end of your turn, B6?
Yeah.
All right, Calicuz, it is your turn.
Bezix, thank you. Thank you.
I told you to
I-
expect the unexpected.
You can use half your movement to stand up from prone,
Okay.
and then you'll have 20 feet left on your 40 feet of movement.
Okay. Does the mushroom still appear? It's like it's in rough shape from where I'm at.
Yeah.
Like it kind of I guess we still have to destroy this thing, or we could just run away.
We can move. We can flee and see if it follows.
All right. Can I fire another dart at it? Or
One moment. Dart would not actually be able to hit. I think it's
Or
at
crossbow.
disadvantage with 60 feet.
Okay.
It's normal within 20 feet. It's at disadvantage beyond 20 feet, and the max is 60. So you would hit that. You would hit it, but it need to be at disadvantage.
So if you're going to do that, I'm going to sense that, and I'm going to use my clockwork magic to restore balance to take away the disadvantage.
Oh, thank you.
So
again.
it's just a straight roll now.
Okay.
What does that look like?
So I see him, he's about to throw this thing, and I can tell you're about to throw it really far, and I just kind of do this and turn it like a clock. And then you feel like this, ooh, I got a little extra strength. And then you throw.
And I throw, I get a nat 20.
Nice.
Okay, so you're gonna roll damage dice twice.
Nice. Right. That's a 6 plus 5 plus 6, yeah. So that's 11 and 6, so 17.
17 damage to the mushroom. A cloud of spores shoots out of it, but it doesn't hit anyone except some poppies. What did you say that was? 12, 15, 17?
17?
Oh, a piece of the mushroom falls off. It is looking weak and withered. It will not be decomposing anyone this evening, you could surmise. Is that the end of your turn, or would you like to do something else with your bonus action or movement?
No, I'm done.
All right, Bagheera, you're up.
Bagheera's attention is back on. Now the child is saying, like, help me. And Bagheera assumed it was because of this mushroom thing, but he's now going to turn his attention back in this direction. Is there something coming from over here? Wait, he'll
Oh no, she's
Move
not
over-
running from
move over
anything
to
that's
the
over
kid.
there. She's just running towards you for help.
Okay. All right. Well,
protection.
he'll take her hand and proceed towards the exit,
All right.
giving birth to these things.
My God, you gave birth to poppies?
As one does.
All right. Anything else? Okay. It is the Nightcap's turn, and it will move towards you all. And if a large mushroom could roar, it will bellow a roar at you. Let's see, will it end up taking the dash action? Yeah, I guess it'll take the dash action. It goes and comes towards you. And it lands here at the feet of Calicoos, waving its mushroom cap around. And Renata's staying with you, and Beezix, you're up.
Okay, so this thing is lumbering towards us.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that. So having it come towards us, I then start whispering some eerie things as I cast Dissonant Whispers.
I've never seen such an ugly mushroom. You're a disgrace to fungus.
Okay.
Actually, wait.
It,
Can I do take that back? So I'm gonna cast Mind Sliver again
okay.
first.
You cast Mind Sliver, and it passes the check. Or
Okay.
wait, no. No, it doesn't. It fails the check.
Okay.
So it takes 1d6 of damage, and it's gonna have a shitty saving throw coming up.
Is that a 1? So 5 psychic damage,
Okay.
and okay. So do that. Then I'm going to. I think this is my last spell slot here for my last meta magic. So I'm going to quicken.
I'm going to stop you from doing that.
Okay.
How many sorcery points do you have left?
1. Oh, quicken. I think is 2.
You have 1 point left?
Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, I'm not gonna let you even use your last one because the mind sliver killed it.
Oh, nice.
So describe your mind sliver killing this giant mushroom.
Okay, so this thing comes lumber down right on top of you, and all of a sudden you see me just do one of these, and then it goes, and then just crumples down into a pile of mushroom and spores.
And as it does, poisonous spores spurt off of it onto Calicoos, and Calicoos takes 5 poison damage.
Can these spores, could they be considered a missile?
You're going to catch and redirect the
I guess that
spores.
wouldn't make sense, but yeah. Okay.
All right, and this thing is
So how much
dead.
damage was that? Sorry.
5. So I think you're at 15. I have you at 15 out of 45. Bezix, you're at 33 out of 38.
Yeah.
And many of your resources expended. Bagheera is in perfect shape, having spent most of his time caring for the youth of America, of Faymerica, and yeah, and so this thing is dead, and you're standing on this this island, and I think that that's a good time for a 5-minute break.
Cool.
All right. So, you guys make it off of this island, or actually, no, you're still on the island, and the thing is lying there, a pile of mushrooms, a pile of mushroom in front of you, and as it lays there, a bunch of little mushrooms spring out of its large mushroom body, not attacking you, just little mushrooms. Yeah, and there you are on this island.
Ooh.
Myconid province. I wonder if there's an so Bagheera will ask a few questions to like what happened, to sort out what transpired, and then we'll wonder aloud if there is a horticultural connection between the poppies and this creature, like if you know, is it one ecosystem? Do they somehow feed on each other?
Probably.
That's interesting.
And I suppose then that's, if so, like if we were, not that we should, time being perhaps unlimited or very pressing, unclear in a realm like this. But if we were to dig up one of those poppies, would we find its roots encrusted with some sort of mushroom network? And if so,
Quite possible.
if so, that may be indeed, as you have been warning us consistently, something to keep a keen eye out for in future ecosystems. Shall we press on, or do we have further business on this meadow?
Unless you guys want to take some of that mushroom with you for a trophy. I wouldn't suggest touching it though.
Yeah,
I've had enough of that
it seemed
mushroom.
unpleasant. Let us proceed then.
Okay. So, what I'm going to do now is, as we prepare to disembark, I'm going to cure wounds myself, just first level.
Okay.
The reason being, my magic item, my Bloodwell Vial, anytime I roll to regain hit points, I regain all my sorcery points back.
So, before you start casting a spell on yourself, maybe you guys would like a short rest? Monk, who has hardly any hit points?
I could take a short rest.
Okay.
So, one moment. So, let's see. So, Calicoos, you have 5 hit dice that are D8s. And you currently have 15 hit points. So, if you want to regain some of your hit points via your short rest, you can roll up to 5d8s. If you do so, you will expend your hit dice, and next time you take a long rest, you'll get half of them back. So you want to be judicious in how you spend this resource, but if you rest here for an hour, you will gain back some of your hit points. So you get to choose how many of them you want to expend.
Expending my hit dice or my hit.
You have 5 hit dice. Each one you expend,
Wait.
you get 1d8 plus your con mod health back on a short rest.
And if I spend them all, then I can't hit.
No. This is a resource
Uh-huh.
that is solely related, most of the time, to your health.
Okay.
You roll it, then it's expended. You get half of your total back on a long rest. So if you roll all 5 of your hit dice, you'll get 2 back when you take a long rest. So this is a mechanic in which you can take a short rest. It is 1 hour long, and during that rest you can regain some of your hit points. Do you want to regain your hit points from 15 up to something?
Sure.
Go ahead and roll a d8.
Okay.
Yeah, I would also
Oh.
need a nice short rest because I'm like,
Yeah.
because I used up a lot of magics.
It's a 6. So, like, if I roll low, I could be like, okay, I'm going to roll again. Like,
You rolled a 6?
yeah.
So you get 6 plus your con mod hit points back. So what is your con mod?
2.
2, so you get 8 back.
Okay.
So you're at 22,
Okay.
23. You're at 23.
And what do I lose every time I do this?
A hit die.
What is
You
that?
just used 1 of 5. It is a resource solely used for this purpose.
Oh, so like next time I come back, or if we did another short rest in this,
You would have fewer.
I'd have fewer. But what about next time?
When you take a long rest, you get half of them back.
Okay. So okay, let's go. Think about it too much. 7.
Now, your Bloodwell vial says, when you roll any hit dice to recover hit points while you are carrying the vial, you regain 5 sorcery points. So, how many hit dice are you rolling?
Just the one.
Okay. So go ahead and do that.
That's a D8, you said?
You are a sorcerer, so I think it's a D8. Let me just check.
I forgot to write that down.
You have 1 level in cleric.
Yeah.
So you can roll a cleric hit dice, which is a D8,
Okay.
or a sorcerer hit dice, which is D6. And then add your con mod.
I'll do the sorcerer one because I'm only down 5 points. 3, and then con mod, so I get 6 back.
Okay, so you are at full health, and you get 5 sorcery points back.
Nice.
Now that doesn't do anything to your spell slots.
No, but if I wanted
unless you
to,
convert.
which I was planning on doing. So yeah, I'm going to convert 1 to gain 1 second level back. I think I'll stick with that for now. I'll save my 3 remaining sorcery points.
Okay, so 3 sorcery points left, and what do you get back? 1 first level.
1 second level.
So you've got 2 second
So-
level, 3 first level, and 1 third level left.
2 second, 1/3, and 3 first. Yeah.
Okay, and Calicus, you rolled a second time.
Yeah. So I rolled a 7.
Okay, and then you added 2,
So that's 9.
so that's 32.
Yep.
Do you want to use another hit die?
Sure.
All right.
So that's a 1. So that'll be three more.
Okay. So you got 35 out of 45.
All right. I'll stick there.
Double
Yes.
down. You got 1 hit die left, so you get 2 back when you take a long rest. Any other short rest activities?
I wanted to, while we're resting, Bezix, I wanted to say you really gained my trust and all that assistance. You really pulled me out of that. So thank you so much.
It was my pleasure.
And as a symbol of that, I'd like to treat you to some music.
Ooh.
I'm skilled at the sham.
Whoa.
I think you will enjoy this.
Wow. Very nice.
Thank you.
And
Just what I needed.
the flowers and mushrooms seem to dance to the tune of your sham.
It's riveting.
It sounds it sounds as bad as it does.
It's like all the scents and feelings of a distant continent wafting over my eardrums.
Roll a performance check. So roll a d20.
13.
Okay, so that's a 13. You get +0 to performance. It is pleasant, and the flowers seem to move a little bit, but no one asks for your autograph.
This is a rare honor. He's not done that before.
Wow. I feel very blessed.
As you guys are finishing your short rest, and for those of you new to short resting, a short rest can include reading a book, playing a musical instrument, standing watch, relaxing. It doesn't have to just be sleep, but you guys are just chilling for an hour in this area. And as you finish your short rest, Renata starts to jump up and down, and she says, "When are we going to save Sophie? We didn't come to this place to lay around. You guys are old."
Is there any indication in the environment that time has passed? Any change to the ambient duskiness or weather or anything like that?
You can roll insight or survival.
And I can help you with that.
Thank you. I will confer with the 23.
The light hasn't changed. The 2 moons have moved in the sky, but the light is the same.
So it looks very. Bagheera's first attempt it looks something along the lines of, yes, it's remarkable what's happened. The moons have disappeared entirely since we've been there, and Bezix. Yes, as you say, sir.
Time works very differently here in the Feywild.
So so you're on this rather sizable island with the poppies. There is the almost sidewalk-sized isthmus of stone and dust on which you walked. And then at the other end of the island is another one of those, leading into the slightly foggy, mildly obscured, iridescent swamp. Will you continue as Renata pulls at you and demands it of you?
Yes.
So you continue, again, walking on dust and rocks, little snails, random ocean berry, if one wished to pluck an ocean berry from a piece of swamp weed, a swamp berry. The water laps near your toes as you walk, and you wonder what would happen if I fell into this water. It looks so peaceful and comfortable. A long walk with nothing but this straight ahead of you, straightly. And as you walk, you see a smaller island ahead of you. This is really only a 15-foot radius circle of grass and mud, and in the center of it is a large chest. And that is what you see ahead of you.
Then we're probably in the same line as before, so you're ahead. And I tap you on the shoulder. Like, you see that?
I do see it. I see it indeed. So it's just otherwise barren, like rock, maybe clumps of ocean.
Otherwise barren.
Okay. If one were to attempt to skirt around it, hypothetically, how much clearance could you get while still being on the island and walking around the chest? What would be the closest
Well, the chest
necessary
is
approach?
chest-sized, and the radius of the island is 15 feet.
All right, so you would never get more than 5 or 10 feet away from it.
You could stay away from the chest and tiptoe along the edge of the island, hopefully not falling into the seemingly harmless iridescent water.
Right, well, I feel we're all suspicious of this, and yet it merits investigation.
Yeah, so I want to see if I recognize this.
The chest?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a Feywild thing, so.
Yeah. Hold on. What's more interesting than history? Nature. Or Arcana. They're all intelligence based.
Let's do Arcana.
If you would like help, Bagheera will do a sort of, will recite aloud a kind of Antiques Roadshow-esque recollection as he ponders upon all of the different furniture he's seen in different places, various people's posh homes, and then also sort of run-down, dingy flea markets, and tries to help narrow in, ascertain on what style of chest this is. Is this an upper class Georgian foot chest, or is this a third dynasty piece of trash?
So roll with advantage.
Okay, I already rolled. So I got a 24
Okay.
on Arcana. And then as you say all this, I say, it might not be a chest.
Was it a nat 20?
It was a 19.
Okay.
And then Arcana, I have +5.
Great. All right. Well, this looks like a very large traveler's trunk, made from wood and bound with metal, which you might ascertain is bent iron. There is little decoration on this chest, but it is large enough to hold you. And you think that this chest is not a creature
Oh, okay.
with your 24.
So I don't think it's a creature, but it'd be worth looking at.
Bagheera will approach it.
Oh, and I do this. Wait. Then I use Mage Hand to go and try to open it. There's our lock on it.
You go to try to open it, and it opens.
Okay.
And the lid flies back, revealing a slightly smaller metal chest.
Ooh. This looks fun.
It's like a birthday party.
Yeah.
This chest is a silvery gray metal with a darker metal binding it, and it's just a little smaller.
So we look in. Ooh, look at that. And then again, I Mage Hand open the next one.
This one's locked.
Ah,
Um,
this one's locked. I'm not too good with lockpicking.
well, Bagheera will tap it or shove it to try to ascertain if it's full of something or empty.
Roll perception.
While he's doing that, I want to quick look around to make sure that nothing's going to spring out at us.
Okay, you can also roll perception.
15.
Okay, it feels very full.
Full
I
of
want to help.
something.
I want to help to see what's
Okay.
going on, see if anybody's watching us.
Ooh, dirty 20.
No one seems to be watching you from whence you came, nor from the isthmus that juts from this island, nor from the waters, nor from above.
Okay, nice.
Well, we can, if we can spend a minute, if it's worth it, to search for a key somewhere. Some hidden mechanism that will reveal an alternate way to open it, perhaps. I mean, if there's a perhaps there's a key hidden somewhere on this island.
Do you think we could lift it?
Yes, I think it's liftable, although it would be burdensome.
Maybe we could inspect it and see if there's anything else.
We also,
To see if it-
my primary concern was that some person might be trapped inside, and that suspicion being alleviated somewhat, it might be prudent to leave it to its rightful owner.
Renata speaks up and she's like, "You're not gonna open the box? What's in the box?" And she produces some thieves' tools from her pocket, and she says, "I learned a lot in the orphanage, and one of them is opening locked boxes." And she's like, "Do you want me to try to open it?"
And I go, sure, why not give it a try? And I pat her on the back as I cast guidance.
And she goes, "Maybe Sophie's in there." All right.
So you get to add a d4 to
She starts messing around with the tools, and she goes, and she's listening, and you hear a click, and it is unlocked.
All right, the child can stand back.
She says, "I want to open it. I do."
I say, oh, just hold on. And then
She says, "I opened it. I unlocked it. I should get to open it."
well, fair is fair. And I push her forward.
She reaches out towards the chest, grasping it in her hands, grasping the lid in her hands. She pulls up lightly, and the lid opens up, revealing another chest.
Boy, this is fun.
I'm kidding. This is tremendous.
This one is bone white, seemingly made of some kind of porcelain with filigree in its materials. It is still rather large, and Renata says, "What if Sophie's in here?"
Could Sophie fit in this one?
Uh,
Could a child?
it looks
fit
like
in this?
Renata could fit in it.
Well, this is frustratingly fun, isn't it?
I'm enamored with this whole exercise. How small can they get?
Let's see.
Infinitesimally small, indivisibly small, and each one a different style. Is there any recognizable style of construction to it, or is it like from a, or is it all completely foreign seeming?
Like, have you seen this before?
Yeah, like you might recognize an IKEA chest.
You're from a different plane, so
It's all just wonderfully new artistic
yeah.
sensibilities.
I mean, I could tell you what a reference point would be for us, but Bagheera, it might be reminiscent of something that Bagheera has seen. But you know, for us, if you've ever seen like a porcelain cameo from the 1800s, it has that vibe. It's like it's white porcelain, maybe with some blue and a filigree to it.
Cool.
Yeah, it's kind of Foot Locker sized. Is this third chest?
Okay. Well, I investigate again, I suppose.
Meaning?
So can I mage hand lift it out of the other ones?
You wanna mage lift the box?
The smallest one that just appeared.
Yeah, it's still the size of a Foot Locker, which is heavier than 20 pounds. So.
Oh,
you-
okay. I thought
you
it. Oh,
can't lift
that
it.
was smaller. Okay, so never mind.
Could we both? I have a mage hand too. Could we double mage hand it out of there?
Bagheera will lift it out with his tiefling hands.
As you go to lift it with your tiefling hands, the two mage hands working together make it so that it's very, very light for you, and you lift it up with the mage hands helping you and place it to the side next to the trunk.
Yeah.
So now you've got a wooden trunk with a metal trunk inside, and then a Foot Locker-sized porcelain trunk sitting next to it on the island.
Man, I wonder what's inside.
While you look over the littlest trunk, Bagheera will search the bigger trunks for anything that was like underneath or in between or hidden in the corner.
Sure, investigation.
Yes, yes. We'll investigate. That is 15.
There's nothing there.
Okay.
Is there anything? Do we see any writing on any of the chests? Any inscriptions or?
Roll perception.
Nat 20.
On the wooden travel trunk, you find a little tag that says Harold Seacaster on the bottom right hand corner.
Harold Seacaster.
I don't know that name.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you are standing on a 30-foot diameter island in the middle of some iridescent lapping waters. You've got two chests inside of each other that are open in the middle of the island, and a porcelain-looking footlocker that is next to them. What do you do?
Okay, is this one locked?
Nope.
Okay. Well, I'm just so excited, so I'm gonna go to open it.
I think I'll make the child stand back. Well, this is an invasion of someone's privacy, but I just want to know.
Seacaster.
The
Seacaster.
porcelain chest flies open, and inside is a brass chest. It looks to be made of brass with wooden banding on the brass, and it is also quite large, like a medium-sized footlocker. And Renata says, "This must be where Sophie is!" She runs towards the chest to try to open it.
She's probably not, child. Really. Sophie's not in the chest.
I mean, the airflow's just got to be horrible in there.
She tries to open it, and it's locked, so she breaks out her lockpicks, and she's like, on it.
I'll guidance her again.
All right, and she picks it, and you hear a click, and then she goes, "I'm gonna open it," and she goes to open it, and she throws it open, revealing a wooden chest, and she says, "Gosh darn it! How many chests are there? This is annoying."
Right. Well, we can take over.
I bet there's 100.
It's very whimsical.
That's the Feywilds.
Perhaps it's not about the contents, but the journey.
The wonder. The
Yes.
wonder. Isn't it lovely that the treasure in this chest, we can have it without actually taking it.
Roll insight.
22.
Somewhere nearby, you sense annoyance.
Oh,
Not coming from the girl. You can just, you know the way when somebody's really mad and they're sitting next to you, you can just kind of tell. You get your monkly ways let you feel annoyance. This chest is a darker wood. It's a little smaller. Let's say it's now the size of a small footlocker. And Renata's like, "This is not fair. What's inside?"
Well, we've come this far. Might as well keep going. Is this one locked?
No.
Okay. I open it.
You open it up, and there's another chest inside. This one appears to have patterned fabric on the outside, like Paisley's, but clearly over some kind of hard material. And now we're getting more towards like you could have a dachshund in there, but maybe not a child. There it is.
At a certain point, we should ask ourselves, what indication would make us say that's enough and move on? What sign are we looking for before we've gone enough or have to press on.
I do sense that somebody is feeling annoyed. There's an annoyance of a feeling
The
nearby.
child?
Not the child. No, it seems to be farther away. So either somebody's annoyed that we are opening it,
Or that
we
we're
are
not opening them
it.
fast enough.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So
Oh. Well, if you feel someone's watching us, I want to do an investigation. I guess investigation. Oh. 4.
Your friend would have shared that he felt that no one was watching from whence you came, nor from whence you might go, nor from the waters, nor from above. And Renata says, "Just open it."
Do you guys think there's another? You know how there was another realm that we traveled to when we slept? Maybe there's something on this island that could
This
get
could
us
be
to-
a
right,
crossroads.
the contents are only visible or detectable once we smell a poppy, so to speak.
Yeah, or to see where maybe that's where the annoyance is coming from. Another realm.
Yeah, if this is another crossroads, maybe we just keep opening and see if it opens up a portal.
Now that's worth pursuing.
Because these
Very
crossroads
well.
could be anything.
Very well. Figure shall attempt to open the next one.
Okay, you open the next one, and inside of that is a stone chest. It appears to be sort of hewn from granite in some way.
Right, on we
And-
go. Deeper and deeper.
Yeah, and it's kind of blocky and rough hewn.
Is this one openable?
This one appears to be locked.
Is lockpicking something you can attempt untrained?
Yeah.
Does that? I have Tinker's tools. Is that
That will not
useful?
help you.
Oh, does not helpful?
But Renata is holding thieves' tools.
I'll take over from here.
She's eager to open them, but she hands them to you.
Alright, I'll try it. Try to
I'll,
unlock it.
Guidance you, so add a d4 to that. And I say, good luck.
Thank you. I've seen it a few times now. I think I understand at least. Understand that. Goodness. There we go. So it's not good. 9.
Renata says, "What are you doing? Give me those!" And she takes them and starts messing around with it. And she unlocks it, even without guidance.
Nice.
And she's like, "Don't you know anything? This is how it's done." And she takes her thieves' tools back and sticks them in her pocket. And you go to open the stone chest. Now, as you are opening the stone chest, I just want to check in. How are each of your characters feeling in this moment? There's a time where you were relishing in the metaphors of what you're engaged in. As you open the stone chest, how are you feeling?
I'm excited. I mean, this to me is a game, so I'm like, ooh, I want to see how far it goes.
I think intrigued or amused, and I think that amusement was almost overcome by the apprehension. Had almost arrived at the point where he said, "Well, let's just move on and leave it be," until the possibility that this was how we proceed, that this was some sort of portal, sort of reinvigorated him with purpose to see it through.
And Kuz?
I feel as though it could be a trap, but I'm also open to the possibility that this is. But also, I feel like it's probably our only way of getting through this anyhow. So.
As you open up the stone chest, a creature pops out. Something that you could think might be a weasel of sorts, but it is very long. It's like a dachshund weasel. It's an extra long weasel. And you pop open the lid, and it sort of spirals out in its ferrety, weaselly, snake-like way. It spirals out, and as it comes out, it looks at you all and goes, Hey guys!
Wow. Do I know what this is?
You can roll history.
16.
You know that this is a chest weasel.
That's what it's called.
This is a chest weasel. And yes, you finally recall this, that this weasel feeds on annoyance.
Ah.
And as
There's
it
our
comes
problem.
out of the box, it says, "Ho-ho! All of you seem to not be annoyed by this bunch of... I'm really glad this little girl was annoyed. At least I could have an appetizer. Are any of you feeling annoyed now? Because I'm very hungry. Ho-ho-ho-ho-ho!"
And I go to you, I'm like, wasn't that annoyed when that mushroom kept hitting you?
It sure was. Yeah.
Well, an extra long dachshund has greeted us. Is this your home?
Oh, I live inside this chest, hoping to annoy people who open it. But you all seem to be very intrigued and amused by this activity, so I am still very hungry. And Renata says, "You're stupid." And he says, "Yes, yes, yes. My appetizer is getting slightly more filling."
Well, would you like us to put it back for the next people who come along?
"Oh, yes, please." And he starts to dive back. "And thank you for the snack." And then he pulls up from the bottom of the chest a horn, like a curving, a circular horn with a big blast head on it. And he says, "Please, take this horn of plenty. I'll find a less fun treasure to keep in here with me.
All right, thank you.
Maybe something more annoying. So I can finally get my meal." And he gives you this horn of plenty, which he explains that this horn has 3 charges. It has 3 unexpendable charges.
Unexpendable?
Unexpendable?
Unexpendable. 3 expendable. 3 unreplenishable charges.
okay.
3 unreplenishable charges that you can blow this horn as a bonus action to cast Healing Word at level 1 using your highest ability modifier. Anyone can do it. Provided the target of the spell is within 60 feet of you and can hear you. Any sleeping creature within 30 feet of you is immediately woken up when you blow the horn and cast the spell.
Oh.
So he says, "Please take this horn and send anyone my way that might be annoyed by this bunch of chests."
All right.
Ho, 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 ho.
No, you can count on us. And then
What?
I'll take the horn and look at this.
Indeed.
And be like, and I'll tell you guys like, oh, we used to play with these all the time. And that's where, and I reach and I pull out this necklace. Like, that's where I got this from. And you see, it's like a vial with what looks like blood inside. And it's a nice chain around my neck.
What you got that from a series of chests? And
Yeah, these chest weasels. If you give them food to eat, usually frustration, then they give you some kind of reward.
It's a splendid economic system you've devised here in the Fey realm.
Like I said, anything's possible.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
So, who would like to hold the horn? I'm happy to hold it if you guys want.
Well, you're a musician. Would you get some?
I could
So,
use the
yeah.
horn.
There you go. Nice.
This way you can.
Strap on the horn.
Yeah.
See, Renata, wasn't that fun?
And I was like, "This is dumb." Extending away from the smaller island is another sidewalk-sized bunch of stone and dust amid the lapping iridescent waves.
Let us walk the pathway of stone and dust.
Yeah, I'll follow behind you.
And so you walk, the waves lapping at your feet. Ahead of you, far ahead of you, on the right side of the path, you see a dead tree that has grown out of the water next to the path and is sitting there. Just a dead tree sticking out of the water, and it's off to the right side of the path, about 300 feet ahead of you.
And is it a tree or is it a creature that looks like a tree?
Well, you would have to discover. How will you do so?
So I noticed this thing, and being the Feywild, I'm gonna give a nice, more concentrated look.
All right, perception or investigation, your choice.
13.
Looks like a dead tree.
Okay, so
So, you guys.
Have we seen anything else here that isn't like verdant and blossoming? Is this out of in the natural world? There's dead trees everywhere, but is this fit in here, or is
Yeah.
it exceptional?
Nope.
No,
It's
all right.
common.
Very well. Proceed.
So you guys keep walking. Now you're like 100 feet away from the dead tree. It's off to your right, and the path on which you're walking sort of extends into the hazy gloom. You don't see an island yet. Do you continue?
Yes.
yeah.
So you continue. You pass the dead tree and you continue to walk. You walk and walk. The moons have shifted in the sky, and you see nothing before you and nothing behind you until about 300 feet ahead of you on the path, you see a dead tree
Ah,
on the right.
Is this the same dead tree?
Roll perception, investigation, or history, or nature or survival.
Wow. I'll do perception. 'Cause that's my highest. Oops, it's cocked.
But only one.
17.
It is the same. The same tree.
Oh. That's odd. I think we just saw this tree. How far out is it?
300 feet away.
Well, it appears we're in a loop.
indeed.
We went that way and we came this way. So if we go that way, we'll come this way.
It does happen. Wait, what?
Does that happen here?
I mean, anything can happen anytime.
Have you experienced such a loop as this?
Not necessarily. In my magical upbringing, I experienced lots of time variations, but not like this.
Well, this is where that chest weasel should hang out.
Because this is quite frustrating.
Maybe we should do the loop again and see if it happens again and see if we notice anything.
Okay. Is it 300 feet? If I try to prestidigitate like a color mark on it, is that too far?
I believe it's too far.
Okay.
We can go up to it and tie an ordinary ribbon.
I wouldn't suggest going into the water.
How far out of a wade would it be?
It's like 1.5 feet away from the shore.
Maybe there's something to be found in the tree itself.
Prestidigitation is a range of 10 feet.
Oh. Definitely not.
Well, let's go up to it and then the Gira will climb into it and poke around and see if there's anything to be found in its branches or roots.
Okay. Before you do that, I want to check to see if we're in some kind of like spell.
Okay.
Like illusion spell?
Roll Arcana as he walks closer to the tree.
18.
You don't sense the presence of magic that one would cast.
Okay, so it's
But
just seems
you
normal.
are in the Feywild,
Right.
and magic is all around you.
Yep.
So are you walking up to the tree? All right. Perception or investigation, either is fine.
They say, just be careful. And they give you, I guess, guidance.
Tremendous. Okay. Total 20.
It appears to be a perfectly standard dead tree, containing nothing, holding nothing, just being a large dead tree sticking out of the water about 1.5 feet off of the little pathway through the lapping waters of this hazy area. So you have walked up to the tree, and the path extends before you and behind you.
And looking behind, what do we see behind down the path there?
Both directions, you just see the path going on for a while until it is enveloped once more in haze and fog and dim light.
Let's try going forward one more time.
Right.
Yeah. Go forward and,
Okay.
and keep your eyes peeled. See if we see anything fishy as we.
You go ahead of you and you walk for a while, and as you walk, you see nothing fishy, but eventually you see a dead tree off to the right, about 300 feet ahead of you.
Perhaps if walking forward brings us back here, maybe we can walk backwards out of this.
I agree.
Let's try it.
So the question is, which do we walk forward? Do we walk backwards forwards or backwards backwards?
Well, the way things work here, why don't we walk backwards?
Very well.
Because if walking forwards makes us go back again, walking backwards, go back.
All right. It's just as sensible as anything else. We're going to play We're going to play a game where we all walk backwards.
Renata says, "Who knows what's happening to Sophie? Let's just help her. What are you doing?"
Right. Let me clarify. By game, I mean a practical and very serious adult way to get us unlost.
I know all about that.
Great.
Okay, and-
so are you guys walking backwards?
Walking backwards.
You guys walk backwards. The tree recedes into the distance as you walk backwards. And, of course, you can't see what's behind you, but the tree recedes into the distance as you continue to walk backwards. As you walk backwards, the haze and fog around you start to thin out a little bit, and the air feels a little bit different as you continue to walk backwards. Eventually, you see on either side of you a shoreline similar to other shorelines that you have seen in the past. A grassy and muddy shoreline has appeared on either side of you as you are walking backwards. Will you continue walking backwards?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
so are we on a new island yet, or still on the sort of the intermediate path?
Well, all you can tell is the foot or two of land that you can see at either side of you, unless you choose to turn around
I think
or look over your shoulder.
I think we should all turn around at the same time.
we should not yet.
Okay.
Let's. This seems to be working. Let's trust in it, in what's been working.
Okay.
We might just find ourselves back on Weasel Chest Island, which would at least be something different
Ooh,
or the
and
same.
we would give him more frustration food.
Yeah.
Perhaps more treasure.
All right, so let's walk backwards a little further.
Okay.
So you keep walking backwards, and you've walked about 15, 20 feet backwards, at which point you would stumble onto a chest if you were on Weasel Chest Island. You also hear some buzzing and chittering behind you.
Is this the same buzzing from the pleasantries we saw earlier?
You could roll history to try to remember that, or you could look over your shoulder.
I think now that we're on the island, let's turn around. We all
Okay.
turn around.
We all turn around at the same time. 1, 2, 3, go.
And you do see pleasantries. You turn around and you see an expanse covered in beautiful flowers, upon which you see beds. Dozens of beds are strewn around a meadow. Some have wooden frames, some wrought iron, and some have intricately carved golden bed knobs, and each of them holds a body lying fast asleep. Overlooking each bed is a massive blood-red poppy, its pollen falling gently over the sleeper's face. Flying around the beds, you see the same tiny beings that had carried Renata's sleeping body across the plains. They look up at you as you enter and freeze. And then a massive figure emerges from the flowers that blanket the meadow. Equal parts humanoid and insectoid, with beautiful wings that flutter behind her like a moth, and a wicked stinger at the end of her abdomen. The Queen looks at you and smiles. What do you do?
The beings in the beds, are these the children? Or some children?
You can... Yeah, you see a couple child-sized bodies, you see a couple adult-sized bodies.
Okay. I put my hand up to you guys. Oh, go
I
ahead.
have a clarifying question. Did I hear you say the word bed knobs?
Yeah, like on
What
the
is a
bed.
bed knob?
I think those are the things that are at the end of the posts on a bed.
Oh, okay.
Remember those old iron beds that have like those balls
Got
and you
it.
could twist them off?
All right.
Yeah, I used to do that as a kid.
Bed knobs and broomsticks.
Yes.
Okay. You
It's a
have
great movie.
You have an idea?
So seeing all this, and these the people sleeping, they don't look physically hurt. Like there's no.
They look asleep.
Okay, but they're not.
Slumber.
There's not like cuts on them or anything.
And you can't tell from where you're standing. The very large pleasantry queen floats above you smiling and says, "Hello! We have beds for you if you wish to sleep as well."
And I put my hand up to you guys, and I step up, and I do a Feywild style bow. Say, "Oh, Your Majesty, I must apologize for stumbling upon your home here. We do not come to harm you in any way."
Of course! Welcome to my beautiful island of sleep. See all the happy sleepers sleeping? You too can join us and sleep. She points and waves her arms. The people sleeping have little pleasantries buzzing about them, poppies dropping pollen on them, and they're sleeping. You're a little bit closer now, so roll perception.
"17.
You see that a couple of them are smiling in their sleep. It says, "Welcome! We have beds for you." Imagine a couple extra arms here. We have beds for you. Would you like to rest?
Oh,
You look
Queen.
like you could use a long rest.
Queen, your rest that you offer, is it particularly helpful for people who have hardships, who have something hard, something difficult in their life, or a struggle?
Ah,
'Cause we
you.
have lots of struggles. We've been through a lot, and
You have heard of our ways. It sounds like.
I'm just saying that we're travelers, and we've
And I'll
we've
be
fought-
like, "Oh, it's okay." And I'll say, "To be honest, Your Majesty, we were sent here to find out what happened to some missing children from the material plane, and we happened to follow a few of your busy bees here and led us here."
Yes, well, these are also pleasantries, and I am the pleasantry queen. And in answer to your question, our sleep is very good for those with hardships. For you see, when you are asleep, you are asleep. You are not experiencing any hardship at all, just like all of these other sleepers. So if you would like to lay down for a while, lay your burden down
How
and rest under a poppy.
how long is a while?
As long as you like.
And when do they rise, rejuvenated and ready to face those burdens?
Well, they may not rise forever. You see, we pleasantries feed on dreams. And these sleepers provide us food. Here, they will stay forever. They will not age, they will not die, they will not be injured. They will simply provide us with dreams so that we may sustain ourselves. Each one of these people you see did indeed have a hard life. And now they have hardships no more.
She's got a point.
Does the nature, the timbre of the dream affected how nourishing or appetizing you find it?
Well, we don't like to eat nightmares. When they have nightmares, we let the nightmares go to another island nearby. We just eat the dreams.
Well, then let me propose to you a alteration in your procedure. Because kidnapping creates a lot of nightmares. Returning these people to the real world, though they would not be dreaming constantly, they would still go to sleep every night, and the quality of dreams would substantially improve. So many pleasant dreams you would get from that village, for their loved ones to return to them. Even though hardships are a part of waking life, overcoming those hardships is a reward that creates pleasant dreams. Missing loved ones and kidnapping, that's the matter of nightmares. It's the sort of things that make people eventually abandon a town, and then you will have no dreams whatsoever.
But aren't these orphans?
Yes, whatever.
If they were taken, there's no one to miss them.
Orphans are not unloved. They're unlucky, but not unloved. Not
They have
uncared for.
They have no parents. They're
They
at
have
the orphanage.
They have each other. They have the friends they make in adulthood.
Assuming they survive to adulthood.
Renata says, "Where's my friend Sophie?" And the queen says, "Oh, I'm sure she's somewhere over there." And why don't you roll persuasion on that speech you gave?
$26.
She seems moved by your words, but maybe not in the way that you would expect. And she says, I ask you this. You are from the material plane, at least you two.
Mm-hmm.
Would you go to a farmer and tell him that his cows would be better served wandering the streets of the village rather than eating grass and giving milk? Are the cows kidnapped? Try to think in the way we think here. I'm sure your Harangon friend can help you think a little differently.
This all makes sense to me.
I see the comparison you're drawing, but it is fundamentally flawed in that you're thinking of these people, who have will, who have intention and feeling. Thinking of them as merely livestock does not capture their essence. They are more similar to you than they are to a chicken or a pig. They have desires, an internal landscape of thoughts and reflections, and those things will wither away or turn mealy and tasteless if they are not renewed by interacting with the real world.
But how do you know that cows and chickens from your world don't have dreams or aspirations. Have you asked one?
Well, I suppose we could find out from these
Pleasantries.
pleasantries.
She says, you have convinced me of one thing. I think we have been taking too many people from the same village. Based on your advice, we will now start taking people from various villages. Just one per village, rather than all from the same village. I think that would create less terror and worry, as you describe it. But
Calicoos, the horn.
Shall I blow it?
Yes.
Oh. And you go to put up here, and I stop. Like, you don't want to make her mad. Because we're vastly outnumbered here.
Are we?
Yeah, because there's all these little pleasantries flying. We're basically in like a beehive. And we've got this massive insect queen.
Aside from the beds, are there structures here? Does there appear to be a place where the pleasantries reside?
Not that you see. You see grass and large poppies and beds and a large island. And yeah, you don't see structures. But you do see them buzzing around. Would you mind removing the miniatures from this? You see them buzzing around the bodies, the sleeping bodies.
And then I whisper it to you guys, like, I think it would be safer if we just let him go.
Why don't you both roll insight?
Um, 14 for me.
23. Am I doing this right? Do I just
What?
add? I noticed that you rolled 2.
So
is that
this
because
is
of
this
your...
is a fighter thing. It's
Okay.
sort of a limited resource that I have. So
Oh, I see.
yes, you're doing it
Okay,
right.
got it.
Yeah, you just roll a d20.
Okay.
If he casts guidance, then you add a d4. The weight of his advice sits with you as you notice all of the little pleasantries zipping around the bodies. They don't look like a major threat, but as he described this as a beehive of sorts, that is something that sounds familiar to you, that the image is apt. In other words, you are where these creatures live. This is their home. And the stinger on the end of her tail does look quite wicked.
Queen, what would you want with our dreams? We've all been battling. We'll probably just have nightmares of reliving the things we've been through.
Oh, well,
Is that even something that you...
I have simply offered you a place to sleep. You told me you had hardships, and so we offered. You see, we spy on the dreams of those in the village, and we find those who are having the hardest life, who could use the most relief, and then we bring them here, where they may sleep and be free of their worries, and so that we can feed on them, and they can live forever without the hardships that they face in the material plane. We provide them a service, really, a service of escape and happiness.
See, if
And I
it's,
point and like,
if it's a service, it should be one entered into freely.
but again, are your cows and chickens, are they in agreement when you eat them?
Do you see us as on the same level as cows and chickens?
You too? No.
Then the comparison
But
is...
remember, my point of view is different than yours. I'm Fae,
Well, then perhaps,
just as you see me differently.
but not lesser. Not,
Well, it's not a matter of...
I would not abduct you somewhere without ever asking you. If perhaps we have different life cycles and different needs, and there was some symbiosis to be found there, that you living in the way that's right for you is different than the right way for me to live. I would accept that only if you knew what the cost was and agreed to it. If our host here attains agreement that from these people that they would rather sleep for eternity than face life back in the village, then I would have no objection to it. Does that make sense in the Fey realm?
Yes and no. Say you needed to eat my kind, the Herringon. Say you needed to eat them to survive. Would you then view me differently? Would you not do what you had to survive?
This is not a necessity, though.
This is their food. If they do not have dreams, they will die of starvation.
But she said that they can pass into the mortal realm and attain sustenance. People are asleep.
She said that they can spy.
Spy.
To eat, they must be here.
Yeah, they have to be here.
Well,
Again, not unlike your corrals of cows or your pens of chickens that you use for eggs.
an important distinction, a valuable insight. Thank you. Nonetheless,
And they're not being physically harmed. They're having otherwise nice lives, being able to live in their dreams, being able to live any kind of life they want. They're not aware of what's happening.
I think
And in fact, the queen said they'll live forever. They wouldn't get such pleasantry back in the material realm.
would you want to have the choice?
I think anybody would. But if I also had if I needed something to sustain myself to survive, I would have to do it. For example, this, and I pick up like a snail. Like, to you, this is just a snail, but I need it to survive, and I eat it. I didn't feel the need to ask it.
I am sympathetic to the need of their kind. How do we make them sympathetic to the needs of
Well,
the
remember,
sleepers?
sympathies work differently here. Their sympathies might be different than yours. Having spent time in both realms, I can see both points of view. But as we are right now, and I lower my voice, we're at quite a disadvantage here. If we anger her, we're not going to get out of here alive. I say, the best thing is to maybe we can strike a deal with her that we'll leave them if they'll let us go.
And then
She already said that she would not take so many from one village.
Calicoos, what do you think?
But we still need to. Can we see if there's a way we could find at least Sophie out of this? Because that was our main objective. Was to,
We might be able to talk her into letting us take one.
maybe we could do that. I'm curious if-
Renata sort of runs over to the three children that the queen gestured at, and Renata says, "This one's Sophie, this one's Sophie. I'm gonna wake her up." And the queen says, "Don't do that." And she sort of holds Renata back from the children's bed with one of her arms.
And I put my hand out to Renata and twiddle my fingers as I cast sleep on her.
Okay. Roll 5d8.
5d8s. 1, 2, 3, 4.
She has 6 hit points. It might fail.
Where are my other d8s? Ah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 d8s.
Calicoos. In
4
what way
plus
is this
5 plus 1
different
plus 2 plus 3.
from being
16.
Okay, she
Shackled.
falls asleep. She falls asleep,
more
draping
comfortable? I'll
draping
grant you.
over
But still, without
the
the
queen's
choice to
arm,
wake up,
and the queen lowers her gently down
it
to the
reeks
grass.
to me of,
I say, oh, my apologies,
of,
my queen. We do not mean to disturb the other one's
of
slumbering
abduction.
here.
If they
She's
were
only
so
a child.
confident that it was the right
Thank
thing
you
to
so
do,
much for your respect,
they wouldn't have to
Oh.
abduct to kidnap.
I offer nothing but my respect. This is your home.
Harangon. What is your name?
Oh, my apologies. My name is Bezix.
Ah, Bezix. A pleasure to meet you.
Yes.
If
Now,
I'm no stranger to imprisonment, but the kind of imprisonment that I endured was pure suffering. And from what I can see, this is not the case in this environment.
if
But
if-
Yeah.
and then you guys just saw me put Renata to sleep gently, so Queen gently puts her down.
And the
But I
queen
do-
lays her down on the grass. She does not put her onto a bed or anything. She's sort of, the queen looks expectantly at you all as you continue to talk.
well, then what do you think is the most that we can accomplish here?
I think we let them stay. Let them stay here. We get passage back to your guys' home, and we make an agreement with her. Maybe if we say, hey, if we leave these here with you guys, maybe she'll be willing to help us in the future. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but you guys seem to be traveling a lot between Fey realms.
Do you think?
Having a helping hand. And at least
you know-
at least with these, we can guarantee that she won't take any more from your guys' town.
Perhaps a deal could be struck, and also perhaps that the disadvantage isn't the same in the sleeping realm.
What?
Do you feel that if we were to sleep, that we could be at an advantage in the realm where all the children are sleeping?
No, that's the Queen's realm.
I mean, it's
You're at a horrible disadvantage.
it may be as a last resort,
Like
much
after
like
all, we
with
did deal
the,
damage on that mushroom.
But
From the
she is not a mushroom.
I think it's a valuable last resort.
Remember, their kind feeds on dreams. So if we go to sleep, we may not ever wake up.
Yeah.
And I'll
Yeah.
tell you right now, I'm gonna defend the Queen.
So what should we do?
let's see how far we can get with this deal.
What would the terms be?
Right? Can we still talk? Do you feel like she's
Listening?
in on us?
Probably.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
You guys, I thought you guys were whispering.
Yeah, whispering,
Yeah,
yes,
whispering.
but I don't
So
know
let's see if
what
she's-
what
let's
rules
see
of the,
how
are in
good she
this
can hear
realm.
you.
Yeah.
She hasn't heard what you've said so far. You guys want to press your faces close together and whisper into each other's ears.
And again, the closer we talk to each other, the more you can hear the sounds of ticking clocks.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like if we try to battle these, we're dead. Do you not agree that we're outnumbered severely?
We seem outnumbered. We have been in the past.
And
It's not a question of what we can do, because, as has been pointed out, anything here is possible. To me, it is a question of what we should do.
I'll tell you both right now, I'm not willing to risk my life to save these people.
Nor would I make you. I cannot choose the path for you. I hold you no ill will for walking away from it, if that is what you will do.
Just remember, in the Feywild, the sense of morality of good and evil that you guys have is different. It may seem evil to you two, but here this is normal. To them, they're just doing what they have to do to survive. And as you can see, they're not hurt. They're not like what you call vampires, where they're not going to bite their necks or anything. They're simply in a peaceful slumber.
Will you, if I choose to stay here and find some other way, I would not interfere with you leaving. Would you trust me with the horn? I may need it in searching for some other way.
Yes, I would trust you. Thorn.
Cool.
I'll give you the horn.
All right. I hope let's speak to her then.
Okay. I'll talk to her as one Fey to another.
Very well.
So, Your Majesty, so sorry to keep you waiting. So after conversing with my two traveling companions here, we've decided that we're going to let you keep these creatures, as I understand that you need them to survive.
Ah, let me keep.
However,
I see. You have spent a little time in the material realm, after all. Let
Yes.
me keep. Would you tell a farmer you were going to let him keep his cattle?
I mean, to me, it makes sense, but these two needed some convincing. I thought
Oh.
perhaps if...
Should we expect some danger
No,
from your group?
No, absolutely not. But I thought perhaps a deal might be struck. Some kind of arrangement.
What do you need?
Well, my two friends here would need a way back to the material plane.
I'm sure are many ways back to the material plane. What do you wish of me?
Not much. I would offer I am hoping to stay here in the Feywilds, and I would offer my
Renata
services
says, what
to you.
about Sophie?
Isn't she asleep?
She telepathically sends it to you. Alright, she's asleep on the ground. What are you trying to get from the queen?
So basically, I'm gonna say is trying to tell her that keep these people. They're okay with that. Try not to take as many from one place anymore.
Uh-huh.
And I'm willing to offer her my services here, and maybe if we could ask her of some help at another time if we need it.
Okay. So you want to
Basically, just we're gonna.
you guys want to leave together?
I mean, I don't. I want to stay in the Feywilds. Now that
You
I'm
wanna
here.
Stay there with her
Yeah.
to help her?
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to stay there and help her, and you want these guys to go back to the material world? Is that the deal?
It's up
that
to you guys.
Is that the deal that you were told to make by the guys? I mean, you're over there talking to the queen, so
Mhm.
you tell her you want to stay there and help her, and that these guys.
Is this out of our earshot? Or did you intend
No, I'm
to?
not trying to be. I'm not trying to whisper.
Oh,
You
okay.
probably heard everything I just said.
I'm not ready for that.
Queen says, "Well, I heard that a deal was meant to be struck, so please tell me what your desires are. Otherwise, I must get back to my hard work."
There may be a way I can help you and us.
Please
See,
tell me.
we were sent here to find these missing kids. If we do not go back with any kind of word, they're going to send more people, and they're not going to be as understanding. So I could go back and speak on your behalf and let them and tell the material planers that the children have gone missing. There's no way to find them, or they disappeared. That way, they will be not coming after you.
I doubt they will find a way here.
I mean, we did.
You did, but You had to touch that pool at the same exact moment as Renata's body touched that pool. So I highly doubt that that will happen again. We don't see very many folks from the material plane here.
Exactly, but you taking so many people from one place has aroused a lot of suspicion. And there are people
You seem to
actively
be trying
looking.
to convince me of something. What do you want of me? What do you want me to be convinced of? I am not afraid of the people from the material realm. Do you want something
I want
from me?
I want you to be safe. I'm afraid that if they go back without bodies or without any kind of story, that they're going to send more people to come harm you and your little ones.
Okay, but what are you trying to get from her? You're just trying to scare her?
No,
Scare her into...
I'm not trying to scare her.
What are
Just
you...
be,
You're just worried about her? You're just telling her you're worried about her?
Yeah.
She's not worried.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thank you for your concern, but we have been doing this for a very long time, and we are one of many colonies, and we are not of pleasantries, and we are not afraid of that. But I appreciate your concern. Now, if you have a deal to make with me, I would like to hear what you would like. What do you want?
I look to you guys because I know you wanted to stay.
Do you want me to speak? Calicus, perhaps you should speak
I mean,
first.
yeah, you guys are not from here, so.
I think at the very least, we would like to. We want to bring back Sophie.
So you say that, and
Yeah.
she says, I see. Well, much the same way that you might purchase a cow from a farmer, I suppose you could purchase Sophie. Perhaps a trade for someone else who would sleep and dream in her stead? Or perhaps you have something of value you would like to trade.
Well,
I'm gonna use the restroom. There's about 5 minutes left until 5. So if anyone has a hard out at 5, does anyone have a hard out at 5? So it's about 5 minutes left till 5. So we're gonna want to wrap this up. So while I'm going to the restroom, I think you guys should decide out of character what deal you want to make. Are you trying to take Sophie with you? Are you trying to stay? Make that decision, and when I come back, we'll find out.
out of character.
Out of character.
Bagheera is not leaving without every single one of these people. But he's giving you the opportunity to leave first, since you've voiced that you don't want to get stuck in that. And he'll try to do it alone if he has to.
And yeah, B6 will defend the queen from you, if need be.
So then it would be us two, kind of at a disadvantage.
Potentially.
So yeah, I don't know what Calicus. It's really interesting. It's cool. It's like different.
I mean, do you guys, do your characters remember why you were asked to do this?
Yes. I mean, to bring back
Yeah.
the missing people.
So remember, we all just kind of appeared in the room, not really knowing how we got there, and then
My
was
wife
like, oh, you guys
locked
agreed
the
to
house, so I'm going to pee in the garden.
Okay.
this. Nice.
She took the baby for a stroller.
Maybe I don't understand what you're talking
So when we first appeared in the room at the orphanage,
Yeah.
we didn't really know how we got there, and then the little girl told us like, oh, you guys agreed to go find these people.
about.
So, I mean, do you guys have a reason for saving these people?
Yeah,
Do you remember who asked you to do it?
We don't have any outside information for why we get thrown into these situations. We just sort of,
Yeah, we
the
don't-
only
we
thing
don't
in
know.
common is that there's someone who needs help. And in the past, when we have been successful in helping that's when we get shunted to the next place. That's not necessarily how it has to work, right? There may be this has only happened a few times for our characters. It may be you could argue from a sort of a philosophical level that we've misidentified who needs help, or that our purpose is even separate from the whatever apparent conflict or crisis is at hand. But so far the pattern has been we show up, we have to figure out what's going on.
That would be metagaming, though, right?
Yeah, but you asked us to talk out of character.
Yeah, I know, but we're just talking about what's the right solution to this problem. So the queen, floats back over to you, and she says, "Well, I must admit that you are scaring all of our workers, and it's nice to have you, but if none of you wish to sleep, I must ask you to leave. So if there is any deal that you would like to make, or something you would like to request, now would be the time, or I must send you back the way you came."
I just want to.
I mean, I'm fine with all this, and I'm going to stay. So it's up to you guys.
Part of me wants to be like, I'll go to sleep in one of the beds and see what, like, see what's on the other side.
Happens. Yeah, you should actually.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that. Okay. I offer myself. I'll go.
You're trading yourself for Sophie?
And yeah, and in place of Sophie.
Okay. The queen is like, "Oh, bigger mind. More life experiences. More tasty dreams. Very good." And she sends like 20 little pleasantries over to pick up Sophie and carry her sleeping form over to you. And
can I, while that's happening, can I perceive something, or can I like investigate, like see, or not? Try not to use the word. Like, can I see like what the pleasantries are? They like fearful of the queen? Are they like because they?
Are ants fearful of their ant queen?
I don't know, just because like I think we had noticed earlier that they seem different from normal pleasantries, but maybe that.
Well, they're different from fairies.
Okay.
They're pleasantries.
Okay.
But you can roll insight on the general mood of the colony.
Okay. 27.
As you are a very insightful monk who picks up on things that others do not. This appears to be a thriving colony. The same way a hive of bees would have a queen bee, or a hive of ants would have a queen ant. Everything seems pleasant and functioning well here. And so the pleasantries bring Sophie over, and they bring Renata over to you as well, and they lay them there. And then they sort of surround you and start sort of ushering you towards the bed that Renata had gotten up from. And they gesture for you to lay down.
And I lay down.
You lay down, and the pollen falls onto your face. You feel very sleepy, and you are asleep. So you're sleeping in a bed, and you two see all this happen. And what are you up to?
Does the friend, is she awake now, or is she?
They're both asleep.
Can they? I'll attempt to rouse them.
The queen tries to stop you, and she holds out her hand and says, "Please, do not wake any of our dreamers until they are outside of our island, outside of our colony. We wouldn't want to disturb anyone else who's asleep, and I wouldn't want to shock her. Perhaps it would be best if she has no memory of this other place. But please don't wake her here."
Probably best we don't do that.
Yeah, so homeboy's in the bed, the two sleeping kids are at your feet, you two are standing there. What are you up to? He says, "If you would not mind, we must now focus on our work. I appreciate your trade of a small dreamer for a large dreamer, and and I wish you all well. I would say that you have made a friend in the Feywild today, and perhaps one day other pleasantries will help you in other ways. And then she sort of turns to go back to what she's up to. And there you stand with 2 sleeping children next to you and a rabbit person. What are you 2 up to?
He blows the horn. Bagheera blows the horn.
Okay. Put yourself on the map and show me where you're standing, because the horn, as was explained to you by the weasel, where is it? I think it affects like a 30-foot radius.
Okay,
So.
it'll be whichever near enough to Calico's, but otherwise whichever one he ended up in.
So
When I fell asleep, did
any
I
sleeping creature within 30 feet of you is immediately woken up when you blow on the horn. So we'll have put you here in on top of this person, and you've got pass the little child, please. You've got the child sleeping at your feet, and so you're. And where are you?
I was talking to the queen, so if she was over here, wherever she was.
The queen is there. She was just talking to you all and telling you to leave, so I think she would be a little bit further up. And so he's blown the horn.
So I'd follow behind.
So what is your intention in this conversation, or what were you just saying? Were you saying that you wanted to stay? Were you saying that you were going to leave with him? What was your?
No, I wanted to stay in the Feywilds.
Mm-hmm.
And I told the queen, like, hey, if you need help anytime, you can count on me. But I was just going to be on my way and get back to my life in the Feywilds.
Okay. So you blow the horn. On whom are you casting healing word?
Calico's.
Okay, so that'll be the other kid. Roll a d4.
Two on the die?
Plus your highest mod. Do you have a +5 to anything?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 7 for him. So he'll go to 42 out of 45. Let's see. So these, let's see, everybody that's within 30 feet of you. So this person wakes up. You get some little things. This person wakes up. Calico's wakes up. This person wakes up. This person wakes up. This person wakes up. Guess that's within 30 feet of you. Yeah, I guess they all wake up. So,
I have a question.
yeah.
When I was asleep, was I able to talk to the other sleeping children, or was I asleep long enough for any of that? For
You were just
anything?
asleep.
I was just asleep. Okay.
You blow the horn, and all those people wake up, and the queen goes, "No!" And she looks at you and goes like this with her arms, and her stinger goes like this, and she goes,
How dare you! And she flies at you.
"Sir, I guess someone wanted one more battle today." So give me a second. Whoa. Oh. Alright, we'll just do whatever here. Do. Death. Angels of Death.
Cool. Using crescendos.
Alright, and give me one more moment. Okay. Alright, and Alright, everybody roll initiative and tell me what you get. Tell me one. Somebody tell me one.
25.
Wow. That's fancy. Pretty fancy. Beezix? Calicus?
So just letting you know, I'm going to use Vigilant Blessing on myself, which gives me advantage on initiative roll.
Do it.
Whoop.
Is that Channel Divinity?
Yeah.
Sweet.
$21.
Okay. Calicus, what's your initiative?
15.
Alright. Okay, so Bagheera, you had 25. Alright, so the queen, no, and she comes at you, and how dare you, and she's flying at you, Bagheera. What do you do?
Rushes the queen. Is she at ground level or is she up in the air?
She's hovering 5 feet up, so she's currently very melee-y.
Then he will attempt to strike her with blade.
Am I close enough to cast shield for her as a reaction?
Let me find out.
Or is it just myself?
Self.
Okay.
So what's going on with Blade?
I'm attacking the queen.
Alright.
His sword.
She's not actually a gargoyle, but I think that's more fun than a piece of paper.
18 versus armor class.
It hits, roll damage.
Okay. 14 damage.
Okay.
Taking a second attack. 14 versus armor class.
Miss.
Okay. He'll action surge.
I can't go in and get my flying tower because the little doors are locked. I want to use your clear dice thing.
I have these.
Those are so thin. We remember how that other one fell off?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to use his plastic because it's large. Because
Okay.
it's a large creature.
Sure.
I'm going to put it on a box. All right, so you miss, and then what?
Then,
But I appreciate your flying towers.
Sure.
I will use some movement here and say to you, don't be part of this. I don't want to be your foe. And that's his turn.
Okay. The flowers covering this field shake, and a cloud of pollen rises up from the flowers into the air and blinds you all.
Okay.
The queen then attacks you, Bagheera,
Aye.
with advantage because she is unseen to you,
Okay.
and she misses. So then she flies up 20 feet. You won't get opportunity attacks because you are blinded.
Okay.
And Let's see, does she do anything else? I guess she'll just move back here a little bit. And she calls out, "You fools! You seek to defeat the queen in her own lair? Leave now, before I end your meddlement. Would you kill a farmer to free his cows?" B6, you're up.
Huh. Okay. So you say that to me as you walk over. I kind of look at you with this disappointed look on my face.
What did you say?
I said, don't be part of this. I don't want to be your foe.
And then I'm going to use my rabbit hop ability to jump 15 feet in the air. And then I'll cast levitate on myself.
Okay.
So up here with the queen. And then I'm going to quicken meta magic.
If you want to use one of your flying platforms for yourself, you may.
Okay, okay.
So, levitate is a second level spell.
Yep. Use that on myself. Oh, wait. Oops. Not third level, second level. Oh, hold on a second.
Is this pollen hanging in the air, or is it sort of like a momentary thing?
It is hanging in the air. The air is opaque. It is. You're all blinded.
Or I guess I should ask: is it like the sort of blinding as if like because it poisoned our eyes, or it's just very?
No, it's
dirty?
like fog cloud.
Okay.
It's like the whole thing is fog cloud.
Got it.
So you pop up to the queen's height via casting levitate on yourself. You use 2 of your 5 sorcery points for quicken
For
spell.
quicken spell, I reach both my hands out and turn them as I cast slow on both of you.
On both of them.
These two.
Okay, you two will need to make a save. So roll a d20. It's a wisdom save. Against DC 17.
23.
You pass.
Much lower.
What's that?
Much lower than 17.
Okay, so you've used your 3rd level spell slots.
Mm-hmm.
You have 3 sorcery points.
Mm-hmm.
You are not slowed, and you are.
Yes.
So Bagheera,
what happens to me while
you
slowed?
Bagheera, your AC is -2, as well as Dex saving throws. You have no reactions. You can either use an action or a bonus action on your turn, not both. Can't make more than 1 melee or ranged attack during its turn. And if you try to cast a spell, there'll be a chance of it failing. You can try to get out of it with a wisdom save at the end of each of your turns. So you are slowed, and it is not your turn, and you don't have reactions. So you will deal with this when your turn comes up.
Those are both concentration spells, slow and levitate.
It's true. So you fall to the ground. Thank you for that.
Okay, so yeah, so I
You
just
fall to the ground.
I just
Punk. Thunk.
You're right, I forgot.
And you're 15 feet up. So you take 3 bludgeoning damage as you fart into the ground, and you will need to make a concentration save on the spell that you just cast. Desgraciadamente.
So I forget.
Roll a d20. It's a Constitution save. You basically got to get above 10.
And yeah, that's 13.
You maintain your concentration, even though you've smacked into the ground, a rabbit falling from the sky, and Bagheera is still slowed. Any movement on your turn? Everyone is still blinded, BT Dubs. Speaking
No.
of which, No, it doesn't say that you can see, so we don't have to retcon that you didn't cast that spell because it doesn't say that you can see. All right, and it's creatures within a 40-foot cube, up to 6 creatures of your choice. So it's just
Right.
those two.
Just those two.
All right, so next person's turn. Calicoos.
Can I tell where Bagheera is based on his voice and?
Last thing he said was when he talked to the Harangon, and
When he talked to.
give me a perception roll
Okay.
to see how well you can hear that. Here, and if you'd be so kind as to put some dice on the poppies. So
that's a 12.
all you can tell is that it's somewhere to the north, somewhere ahead of you. You can't really pinpoint whether it's 5, 20 feet, if it's off to the right, if it's off to the left.
So I'd like to try to run towards Bagheera and assist him in leaving the fog. Is that something I could do?
The fog is covering the entire island.
Oh, okay.
As a very insightful monk, I feel that you would just know that
Okay.
you saw all of these flowers shake, you saw all of this pollen come up and hang in the air. So you're running. What do you want to do?
Okay, so I'm gonna run. I don't know. I'm gonna run 15 feet this way, and I'm gonna, because I don't know that I can do anything. I'm gonna yell to B6. B6, fight with us. You could stay and stay here after we defeat this queen, but stay with your friends. You helped us this far.
And then you hear me say, "These are my friends."
Oh shit! All right, Calicoos, anything else? You could attack things with disadvantage based on where you saw them be last.
I can?
The
Oh.
queen moved since you saw her last, so you don't know where she is.
Oh.
But you could attack things or touch things based on where you saw them last. or
Okay,
where
I
you
want to
heard
try
them.
to see if there's anything around me and take a swing at it. Any foes around me?
You don't find anything. The people who woke up, it's their turn. They wake up. They're all like, ah! They run randomly because they can't see. They're like, ah! Ah! What's happening? Where am I? Where am I? Renata's like, ah! And the kid with her is like, oh, Renata, Sophie, run! Where are we? And Renata's like, we're in a pleasantry colony. And Sophie's like, what's that? All right. And Bagheera, you're up.
He will shout out. Just based on his best guess, it seems like the queen can see through the pollen cloud, based on how she attacked him. Or is there no way for him to tell?
It's hard to tell.
Okay, he'll just go with this. He'll say, sleepers, people who have awakened, follow the sound of my voice. I will lead you off this island back home.
Okay.
And he's going to move according to his best memory in whichever direction the causeway is.
Yeah, it's towards you. You'd be able to figure that out.
And he'll
Trip
keep
on a
saying-
child.
Okay, child, he'll keep saying, I know I can get us, follow me, I can get us off this island. And we'll come back to maybe right here.
Okay. End of turn.
Yes!
Okay, the pollen settles to the ground, and everyone can see again. And you see the queen flying about 20 feet above you all, and she says, "You will not take my sustenance. My children will die because of your material plane ways." And the ground, this time the flowers and the ground burst with roots that all come up out of the ground and seek to entangle your feet.
Bollocks.
And every square on here is difficult terrain.
Okay.
That is the lair action. She's at the end of the order. Bezix, you're up.
So now there's
You see everything?
roots and everything have just sprung
Difficult terrain.
up. Okay, and I see him. The fog is gone. I see him making a beeline,
Mhm.
but he's still slowed, right? So he's slowly
Yes.
Yep.
walking away. Okay, I'm going to. Yep. Okay, I'm going to shoot my hand forward and cast web at you.
Okay.
So the webs will get stuck between the roots and everything.
Make a strength save, Bagheera.
Okay. Fail.
Okay, so mark the 20-foot, 20 by 20 square of the web for me, please. Yeah, 4 by 4.
So about here. 4.
Unfortunately, web is also a concentration spell, so your concentration on slow ends.
Okay. That's fine. I'm just trying to stop him.
But he is held in a web, and you will be able to try to escape from it as an action on your turn.
Okay.
The webs are difficult terrain. You're already in difficult terrain.
So without escaping from it, I can't move?
Each creature that starts its turn in the webs or that enters them during its turn must make a dex saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is restrained. Okay, so I'm wrong. Nothing has happened to you yet. You're in webs. On your turn, you'll make a dex save.
Sure.
But we'll use the roll that you made, so you will fail the dex save. But you're not restrained yet.
Okay.
And web is a 2nd level spell, so
That would be
those
my
sorcery
last-
points are looking mighty useful. Anything else on your turn?
If I cast web as my action, can I? Can I
Bonus
also-
action cantrip? There is none.
There's not. But I mean, during this turn, can I convert my last remaining sorcery points to get back to 2nd level slots, or do I have to wait till my next turn?
As a bonus action, you may.
Okay, then I will do that.
So what will you do with these remaining 3?
So I'm going to use 2 to give me back 2. Oh, I guess that would be no.
You can
So I have
transform
3?
unexpended sorcery points into 1 spell slot as a bonus action on your turn. Creating spell slots table shows the cost of creating a spell slot of a given level.
Okay.
3 sorcery points for a 2nd and 2 for a 1st.
Okay, so I'll use my 3 to get 1 2nd level back.
Okay, you have 1 2nd level spell slot back and 0 sorcery points remaining.
Yep.
That is your bonus action. Any movement?
Nope.
All right, Kuz, you're up. You can see the queen. You can see the web. You saw the one guy cast web on the other. You can see the children running and screaming. You can see it all.
This is so crazy. And she's up 30 feet or something, or
Yeah, 20 feet.
20 feet.
These are pretty cool. Did she get you these too?
Yeah, those came in a blind pack.
Dope.
Nice.
So what are you up to?
Well, I think I should just be. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna. I'm gonna run towards the exit. And I can run it. Oh, I'm at kind of half speed.
You're not half speed.
Or-
Oh yeah, you're in difficult terrain. Yeah,
Difficult
so
terrain.
so you get 20 feet since your speed is 40, being a monk,
Okay.
and you can also dash, which would double your action to 40, but then you wouldn't have an action.
Can I help Bagheera out of this?
Not really. If you step into the webs, then you'll be subject to the webbing as well.
Can I help
You
children?
probably know that you could burn the webs, but he would take damage from the burning. Best way to help him would be to break the rabbit's concentration on the spell. By
Wait.
physically attacking him.
Okay, well that was my other thing.
Vicious GM. If you burn the webs.
Oh, because he still is doing that spell.
Calicoos,
Can I-
the children.
What's that?
The children, help them.
Help them.
Guide them.
Okay, let's go, kids. So, what can I do to help the kids?
You
Escape.
have the power of your voice and words. You have actions that you may take. Anything in your imagination you can tell me, and we can see how it could possibly work. So you're standing on this island, roots are grabbing everyone's feet, adults and children are running around screaming, this queen insect is flying in the air telling you not to leave, this rabbit has cast web on the devil, and you, the green man, are running across the thing, you're a monk, and I don't know what you're thinking.
I don't know either. This is.
Do you want to save the children? Do you want to run away? Do you want to... What do you want to do?
Okay, can I? All right, I'm more interested in I guess. Can I undo my running?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna. I just feel like if I run this way, there's. What are we gonna do? Like, just keep running? Well, like.
Time is passing quickly. You feel like you'll lose your turn if you don't make a decision soon.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna run. Can I make it up to this guy?
To the rabbit?
Yeah.
Where were you?
I think I was like.
You can go. You can
here.
go 4
Was it here?
squares. You can go 4 squares. Yeah. So you get there. Yeah.
Okay.
You get there. What are you gonna do? Poke him in the eye?
Yeah. I'm gonna say, how could you turn on us? This is not that hard. and I attack. Yeah.
You could.
Okay.
You could non-violently seek to break his concentration as well, perhaps by humming an annoying tune or giving him a wet willy.
Really?
Start
No, I'm
playing
pretty
the,
pissed off. I'm
the
gonna.
Shawn.
All right,
I'm
roll
gonna.
the hit.
I'm gonna unarmed
Roll the hit.
strike.
A reaction shield myself.
Okay, roll the hit.
4.
You miss.
Okay, so I'm gonna bonus unarmed attack.
Uh-huh.
That's a nat 20.
Okay, you're gonna roll 2 damage die. You roll damage twice.
6.
6 plus 1
One.
plus the mod once. So 7 plus your mod. Dex mod, is it plus 5?
Dex is plus 2.
What?
No, plus 5. Well,
Why is your dex mod, why does it say your dex mod is plus 2? I guess it is.
maybe it didn't get up.
No, it is what it is.
Okay.
So
But this is, we did. I don't know what it says. The attack bonus is plus 5.
yeah, that's to hit, but
Okay.
that's the damage.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So 9 damage. Make a concentration check, please.
$25.
You keep concentration on the web spell.
And then I also, since I hit him,
Oh, hello! You're all good. As I texted you, we're gonna be playing for a little while longer.
since I struck him, I'm going to perform stunning strike
Oh
to
God.
to
Yeah.
stun him until the end of his next turn.
Okay, make a con save.
What was the hit?
What do you mean?
He hit me, right?
Damage.
He rolled a 20.
I mean, was there
7,
damage?
It was
9.
9. It was 9.
Okay.
I have you at 26 right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so make a con save, please.
Another one?
Yeah, this is for stunning strike.
$24.
Okay, you pass. He is not stunned. He tries to stun you with his hand, but he does not.
I shrug it off.
All right, I'm going to attack again. I get an extra attack.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 7, 23.
Okay, you hit again.
Can I hit him with the, I hit him with my magic short sword?
You can use your magic short sword. You can use flurry of blows. You can use stunning strike. This is a whole new attack.
Alright. So that's my short sword.
So that's 3.
So that's 3.
3 damage.
Plus, well,
1 plus 2.
But it's a magic short sword. With my medallion in it.
Plus 1 more.
Okay, so 4 damage.
Okay. Anything you want to do after hitting him? Perhaps try to stun him once more?
Yeah. Stunning strike.
How many key points do you have left? 2?
I haven't used any.
Stunning
No, I
strike
used
is a
one.
key point. Flurry of blows is a key point.
So I have
5 total.
yeah, so I have 3 key points. So now I have
Okay.
2.
All right, roll a con save, B6.
$24.
He is not stunned yet again.
I've got a high con.
Sorry, Bagheera.
He also rolled high.
Yeah, I did pretty well.
When you use the attack action, you can make 1 unarmed strike as a bonus action. You've already taken the bonus action. So yeah, I think you're probably done with all of the monking. All right, it is the kids and adults' turn, and they're all like, "What's happening?" This guy jumps in the water. What's going on? Get me off this island! What are these creatures? And these two are like, run away! She's like, I think we came from that way. They start heading that way. Come on, Sophie, you're my best friend. Sophie's like, I knew you wouldn't leave me, Renata. And it's the queen's turn. That sounds fun.
That's not what you want to hear.
Okay. The queen casts a moonbeam on you. You don't have to do anything yet. She casts moonbeam in a 5-foot radius sphere, and light shoots down onto you, a searing light that burns your partially devil flesh, but not until the start of your turn.
Okay.
You are engulfed in ghostly flames, and let's see, what else does she do? She does that, and then she yells out, "My children will not have food to eat! How dare you disrupt the peace of this island? Your rabbit friend knows what you have done!" And that's her turn. Okay, Bagheera, you're up.
Okay.
And at the start of your turn, you will do a con save.
For the moonlight.
Yes.
Okay. Pass. High. The 20 something.
20 something. You pass the con save, so you will only take half damage from the searing, ghostly flames shooting down onto you, and you take 5 radiant damage
Okay.
from the moonbeam.
Understood.
The first damage you have taken all game today. And let's see. So all right, you may begin your actions and such.
Okay. I will attempt an action to get out of the
Let's
web.
see. Okay, make a dex save for the start of your turn.
That's the one I've failed.
That's the one you failed. So the webs wrap themselves around you as you burn in the moonlight, and you're like, ah! And you are stuck. So you are restrained.
Yep.
And that means that people have advantage on attacking you. You can use your action to make a strength check.
Okay, that's what I do. 13.
That fails.
Okay.
It needs to beat 17. So you are stuck. And, one more concentration save on the second set of hits. Concentration check. Just gotta get higher than 10.
Oh, it's a 1.
Your concentration drops on the web, and you are. We will take back the deck save. You are not stuck in the web. The web disappears.
Okay.
Someone would be so kind as to erase the web, but the moonbeam stays.
Okay. He steps clear of the moonbeam, and he will spend his action attempting to get the attention, with a commanding voice of all the people who are running around willy-nilly, being like, "The exit is this way. I will lead you out."
Oh, that one too.
Yeah, get that. You can get the X's. All right. Roll persuasion or any charisma-based skill you like. Besides intimidation.
Total of 19.
Okay, so the people hear you, and they're like, "What? What? What?" A few of them don't. A few of them do.
Okay.
And you yell to them, "The exit is this way."
All right. That is the end of my turn.
All right. The roots relax, and instead the flowers shake once more, and pollen rises, blinding everyone on the island. Bezix, you're up.
So now I can't see Bagheera.
You saw where he was last. If you're looking to cast a spell, if you see the words "you can see," then you can't cast it.
Okay.
But you know where he was last, so if it's a spell like Dissonant Whispers or Poop in a Can, you can cast it.
Who wouldn't want to do that?
But for example, you could not cast Hold Person because you'd have to be able to see them.
Gotcha. Wait. Sorry, 1 second.
Time passes quickly in this high-stakes situation.
Okay. Yeah, since you are right in front of me, and I can't really see much of anything, I just stick my hand out straight and I'll do Dissonant Whispers on you.
On the monk?
On the monk, yeah. Since
Okay,
he was right in
make a
front of me.
wisdom save.
23.
You pass. You take half damage, 3d6, if you're casting it at first level.
Yeah, first level. 3, 4, 5, 11.
So you take 5. Would you like to describe what he hears in his mind?
So this cloud comes down, and all of a sudden you hear like this really scary, terrifying kind of whisper in your ear, like, and you just get this shot down your spine of just like fear, like, oh, like that. But since you saved, you are not running away in fear. You were like, oh, that's scary, but I'm okay. And then I'm just gonna run, based on my recollection, I'm just gonna run this way to here.
Okay. As you get over there, you start feeling sleepy from some poppies. Do you resist the urge to fall asleep?
Yes.
Okay, con save.
Uh, 20.
Okay, you're safe. You are not asleep. Calicuz, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna start running towards the exit,
Okay.
in that direction.
You can move as much as 40 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna run like 30 feet ish.
Okay, hang on. What's up?
Dissonant Whispers is not using a spell slot. It's part of my Fey Lost.
Copy
feat,
that.
So I just used it.
Copy that. So 30 feet, and then what?
And then I'm yelling for the kids, and I'm saying, "Come on, let's try to get out of here. Bagheera, I'm behind you."
Okay. Any other actions or bonus actions on your turn?
No.
Dissonant Whispers is part of what?
It's part of the Fey Touched.
Ah, Fey Touched.
Yeah,
yes.
Fey Touched.
Very good.
So I get that and one other fun spell.
You do. We know it as Misty Step.
We do.
Kuz, now it is the kids' turn, and the adults. These kids are like, oh, it's him. We hear his voice. Let's go over there. And this person's like, yes, lead us. And this person's like, please, lead us, Horned Man. This person's like, I don't trust anyone. Get me out of here. And this guy's like, I'm swimming away.
Oh boy.
And that guy gets into some deep water. Let's see what happens. He's okay for now. All right, it is the queen's turn. Momentito. Okay. She's going to move the moonbeam over to here. And if you would be so kind as to erase the old moonbeam for me. She's going to move the moonbeam over to there as a shit. That's her action. Lame. And she calls out, "You cannot escape. You will not take my food and the food of my children." And she'll use her bonus action to healing word herself. And now it's Bagheera's turn. At the start of your turn, you will do a con save.
14.
You fail. You take 8 radiant damage.
Okay. Understood.
And please proceed with your turn.
He will spend his action pushing these people out of the moonbeam.
Very good. Theoretically, you could only push one.
Could I do?
One is a child and one is an adult. What will you choose?
Is it reasonable to interpret a shove as replacing an attack action?
It is the grapple and shove replace attack actions.
Then he'll
Do
take.
you have an extra attack?
I have 2 attacks. So
Well, then-
I'll use a shove on each of them,
Okay, well, I would say
and he'll say, "Get out of here!" Get out of the. And-
the kid is following your orders, but the man resists.
Okay.
So roll a strength check.
Yep. That is a strength of 8.
Well, he rolled a 2, so he gets pushed out as well.
Okay.
Standing in a
So you've used those actions, and now what will you do?
Let's see. I'm going to take movement to get out of the moonbeam. Everything's still real impossible to see. I think.
Yep.
Okay.
Still pollen in the air.
So just to take a couple steps out. Don't want to go too far. And will use my second wind on myself.
Okay. It's a D10 of juice.
Great.
What is it?
I rolled an 8 plus my level, so I get all 13 hit points back.
Hell yeah, son.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Beezix, thou art up. Oh wait, no. First, the pollen drops to the ground. Everyone can see everything. And instead, roots shoot up out of the ground. They grab you by the feet. Difficult terrain, and Beezix, you're up.
Okie dokie. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do. Okay. Okay, so now that the thing is cleared, I see you running.
It's difficult terrain.
Difficult terrain. From here, I'm going to cast grease at your feet.
Okay.
So hang on one sec. Let me just see when you're gonna make the
So
save.
that helps you not. It helps you slide through the roots.
I
Is
wish. Alas.
Okay, make a dex save.
17.
Okay, you pass. And grease is a 10-foot square. So here, yeah, draw the square of where the grease is. A creature that enters the area or ends its turn there must also succeed on a dex save or fall prone. So he has already entered the area, or he's in it. So Beezix, anything else?
Nope.
All right.
Nope. I don't have any. Yeah. Nope.
All right. The queen yells, "Stop them!" And two like mildly larger, whatchamacallits, pleasantries pop up, and they don't look like these miniatures. They look like about this big, little things with hair around their throats and insect wings. But this one is, these are slightly stronger looking than the other little ones. I forgot to record our combat. It's very sad. Yeah, they pop up in between you and the supposed exit. Let's see, they, yeah, if you could just move them up to the tiefling there, they're gonna try to give you little stings. And they both
Well, they
miss.
fly.
Oh, they fly.
They both miss. They try to
Understood.
sting you and they both miss. And they go, "Stop trying to take our food!" And Calicoos, you're up.
Can I throw a rope to Bagheera and get him out of that? Would that be helpful to him?
You would have to. He can't take any actions right now, so you'd have to lasso him and pull him out. But meta-wise, if he walks out of that on his turn, he's not going to be affected by it because he has to.
He just has to. Okay.
He would have to end his turn there or enter the area. He's already passed the deck save, so you saw him sort of twiddling his feet on some grease, trying not to fall over, and then he didn't fall. And he's got his balance for now.
I'm gonna.
Very resourceful.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run for the exit so I can go.
Difficult terrain, so you can go 5 spaces.
And I'm calling out to children and a dumb adult and saying, "Let's keep going that way."
The dumb adult is like, duh! What? Duh, duh, duh! I'm an adult! He sounds kind of like the chest weasel. All right, so the kids and the adult, this guy swims out here some more, and he it's getting really tough swimming, but he's still staying afloat as he's like, "Oh, where's the next island?" And this person's running and thinking about jumping in the water. These people run into the moonbeam. These people run this way, and this person runs that way, and this person runs that way, and this person runs that way. So they're headed that way, and that's that. Okay, it's the queen's turn. She's gonna use her action to move the moonbeam onto Tiefling and the 2 thingamabobs, and
Is it a 10-foot?
yeah, basically the same as the grease, and she's gonna fly over here. Oh yeah, she's gonna fly here and say, "Stop! Stop! Stop! Half of my children will die from this lack of food! No!" And, yeah, that's it. And, Bagheera, you're up. Do a con save for the moonbeam.
Moonbeam. Ooh, 20 something.
Okay, so you're gonna take half of that. So you take 1 damage.
Okay.
And please proceed.
Okay, is there any terrain or features here that could feasibly get me up to the queen's altitude?
No. Beds. Like, if you stand on the bed, you'd be somewhat nearer to her altitude.
But not within leaping distance?
Also, each bed is under a poppy.
Right, okay.
But you can run to the bed, make a con save to avoid the poppy, leap into the air using some kind of
Bounce off
roll,
the bed.
and subsequently try to attack an extra attacker if you wish.
What I will do instead...
Because poetics and imagination and fun are part of this game, so we could make it happen.
Yeah, I do appreciate that idea. Instead, I'm going to maneuver around here, provoking from this guy.
Okay.
Get out of the grease beam.
He did a nat 20,
Okay.
but he's not very strong. But you take 8 damage,
Okay.
going to 38 as he screams,
Stop messing with my mother's colony!
Oh boy.
I think you would take an opportunity attack from both of them, I think, if you step away from the other one.
Yes, I'm deciding whether to step away from the second one.
And would he also be slippery from the grease? No?
He has to enter it on his turn or end his turn there.
Gotcha.
So he
and
made
then
he's still living off of the save he originally made.
Well,
Gotcha.
yeah, I'll take the other attack of opportunity as I continue moving away.
Okay. This one also crits. It does max damage twice, and you're dead. But it does hit you.
Okay.
And it's 4 damage.
Okay. Hello, minus 13, my old friend. Continue moving here. And we'll attempt to attack this creature with the frost. Moonbeam? What's it called?
The cantrip?
Yes, the cantrip.
Ray of Frost.
Ray of Frost. Thank
So
you.
roll a spell attack.
Spell attack. 20.
Natural or?
Yes, natural 20.
Ah, so you will roll damage twice.
Fantastic. That's a good time. I like it. I dig it. 17, and its movement is reduced by 10.
It would take 2d8 from a critical hit.
Cantrips go up at 5th level.
Ah, yes. So then you... Not this cantrip. No. This cantrip does not scale.
Okay. Then,
So 2d8.
8.
Oh, I take it back. Found it in another source. So you rolled 4d8 and you
Yes.
got 17?
Yes.
Okay, good. So she takes 17, and her movement, her speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of your next turn.
Correct.
All right. Oh.
And,
What was that again? 17?
I think it was.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. So you frost her up,
Yep.
and then so those are
How
your.
far
those
did I
are-
go?
Action.
And that's my movement through the difficult terrain.
All right. Okay. So the roots drop, and the pollen rises, and thus all are blinded once more, except for the queen. And Bezix, you're up.
Okay, well, since I can't see anyone right now,
I just so you're not hostile to the queen, right?
no, I'm trying to defend the queen.
Yeah. Give me just one moment. Ah, yes. You find through your bond of friendship with the queen that the pollen somehow parts before your eyes, and that you are able to see.
Oh, okay. Well, having that revelation, I shoot my hand over at you. I'm going to vortex warp you back into the grease.
Okay.
Moonbeam thing.
So-
I don't remember if there's a.
You are officially out of spell slots, and you'll make a dex save.
15.
You fall prone. You
Okay.
are prone in the grease. What else will you do, Bezix?
That's it. That'll be my turn.
All right. These little fairies.
Is there a save associated with the warp?
Yes. That would be a con save. Thank you.
20 something.
All right. Bring yourself back to where you were. The vortex warp fails. Unwilling creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw. All right. So these little fairies that were about to attack you with advantage as you lay prone under them no longer have that benefit, but they do swoop over to you, buzzing little creatures, saying,
Bring back our food. What will I eat tonight?
Are they? Do they appear to be unaffected by moonbeams? They're basking in it.
We'll get to that in a sec.
Okay.
Both of them miss.
Okay.
And yeah, they did both start their turns there. So the moonbeam shoots down on them, and fiery stuff from above consumes them, and they both pop like little balloons. Fairy-esque guts spewing all over you guys' faces. Calicoo's just zap!
Oh, yes.
Fairy guts on the side of your face. You get in the front, and you hear the pleasantry queen go, "No, my children!" And yeah, that was their turn.
I will say this for the Fey realm, it's entertaining.
Calicus, you're up.
All right. We're running. So I'm in the fog, right? I'm in the mist. But I'm running in the
Yep.
direction that I've been kind of running in. And I can kind of just run at full speed. And then I'm sort of looking to see if there's a way out.
Yeah, you can't see shit, but you remember that you
Sense if
walked
there's
in
a-
on an isthmus there, that's sort of central in that arc.
Okay, so I'm going to wait here and try to help usher people out and stand defense.
Okay. Do you yell anything?
Come this way. The exit's here.
All right. The guy that's out swimming, he continues to avoid the currents and swims farther. He looks for a island,
Those who want a life of suffering.
and he can't seem to find one. But he continues to swim. This person, screaming, full of panic, also jumps. This is a child. Jumps into the water, and unless our safety guidelines have us say it's an adult, this is a child who jumps in the water and swims successfully at first. But none of you see this due to the pollen.
Right.
These other people are like, oh, where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? And she's like, it's over there. It's right here. This is where we go. And so these two go there. Let's go. Ah! And these two are like, where is it? Oh, it's there. Where? Ah! And they're over there. So those are they. Queen's turn. Queen moves the moonbeam over to you again and says,
May the fires of the sky consume you. You shall not take my food. You are evil.
she says, you are evil. I should have known by your demon horns. Bagheera, you're up. And you take some damage.
Yep.
Con save,
Yep. Fail.
16 damage.
Oof. Okay.
Putting you at 18, I think.
I think I'm at minus 19 off of. Oh no, you're right. I did add it wrong. You said 16.
I think you're at 18.
Minus 29 off of whatever I was at full.
So, the searing moonbeam fleshes your flesh
Yep.
and skins your skin.
All
as you
of those things.
cry out in pain. And then
Is this a Roots turn or a Pollen turn?
this is a
Roots, I
it's
think?
still whatever it was. It's still that. So it's still pollen.
Still pollen.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then I stumble this way.
Okay. And as you get there, you see you can hear people clambering and children clumpering.
Yep.
Mhm.
That'll be my turn.
All right. The pollen drops.
Actually, knowing what this moonbeam shit does, I'm going to stand a little bit far away from the other people.
Okay. So the pollen drops and the roots come up to try to grab at your ankles.
Okay.
And Bezix, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna run forward. Run forward here. I'm gonna use Cure Wounds on myself. First
With
level.
What spell slot?
My first level. I've got 2 more first levels left.
Do you?
According to this.
Okay, I've been counting and I don't see any left, but all
For
right.
first level?
Yeah, you had 3 first level beforehand. You cast Grease, some other stuff, but I will let you use 1.
Okay.
But then I think you're out.
Right. So. So I get 11 points back.
Okay, for you.
Yeah, and then because I recovered some hit points, I get my sorcery points back.
Nope.
Nope.
That is when you roll a hit die to get points back. You're talking about Blood Bowl Vial?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you roll a hit die to get points back.
Well, I misunderstood that one. My bad.
That's all right. You are still doing very well. So you heal yourself, and what else will you do?
Oop, sorry. Yes, okay. Let's see. Yeah, I think that'll just about reach. I'm gonna use Ray of Frost
Oof.
on you here. To slow you down.
Okay, roll to hit.
It's 22.
That hits. Roll damage.
It's so cold it burns.
Well, you like cold.
This-
Does Levistus have resistance to cold?
No.
Okay. But you still like it.
So you take 10 cold damage, and your speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of your next turn.
Okay.
And all right, those two dudes are exploded, so they're not in the order anymore. The fairy guts on your faces twitch a little bit as if they want to fight back. And Calicuz, you're up.
Let's. Oh, you know what? Yeah. I mean, he's got what, like 20 feet to the exit, or 10 feet to get out of here.
Yep.
So. Well, I don't know. Can I shove these guys out? Or,
You can just.
I mean, we're
they're,
all just.
they're children.
We're all going.
Yeah, just
they're
go.
going. Actually, wait. Now I'm gonna run over here. 5, 10, 15, and then I'm just gonna try to help pull Bagheera towards the exit since he's encumbered.
Okay. Roll a grapple. You do not successfully grapple him.
Sorry, man.
It's well met.
All right. The kids all move further down the bridge there. These two people are too far away for you to ascertain their fate. The queen is up, and she moves the moonbeam onto the both of you that are there by the edge, and she says,
Stop taking our food! Oh well, we'll just get more. I'll just have fewer children to get it with.
Bagheera, you're up.
Con save. Pass.
Make a con save, monk.
16.
Oh, everybody passes. You both take 5 radiant damage as a cascade of burning light hits ya from above, searing your skin. And what do you do, Bagheera?
We'll use a bonus action to blow the horn of healing word on myself to
Okay.
signal our attempted exit.
Roll a d4. A little mouse nearby you wakes up, pokes its head out of the hole, and says, "Is something happening?"
2 plus some stuff, so that's 7 back.
The mouse then looks in fear at Calicuz, afraid that Calicuz will kill it in order to use the Wave the Long Death bag of rats trick on it.
And then I go as always keeping some distance away between me and the civilians, but otherwise going as far as I can down the causeway.
Okay. The roots drop and the pollen comes up. Everyone on the island is blinded. The people on the isthmus are not. And Bezix, you can see, and you're up.
Can you just if I may, the causeway, is it a single file space?
It would be a single file space, but I will say that you
Okay.
can travel
Then
over each
I-
other in a mess if you so desire.
Okay, then yes, I will stick behind them so as not to overtake them.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that they're walking on, what is that? Grass? Is it swampland?
It's dirt and rocks.
Dirt and rocks. Okay. And is there water on each side?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh god, he's gonna use shape water on you guys. Gonna use a shape water cantrip.
Great.
You guys are gonna die from the shape water cantrip. He's gonna make the water eat you.
So I'm gonna move a little bit forward. Is the grease still there? Or at this point, is it gone?
If you're holding concentration on it, it's still there.
Is that a concentration spell? No, it's not.
All right, so it's still
It
there.
lasted for 1 minute.
It lasts for 10 rounds.
Oh dang. Okay, so I'm gonna walk around it there.
Okay. The range of shape water is 30 feet.
Yep. Can't hit there just yet, but I can Ray of Frost you here to try to slow you down.
All right, roll to hit.
14.
Nope, not gonna hit.
Okay.
Kuz, you're up. And you already took the damage from the moonbeam, and it sears your delicious flesh. And what do you do? Turns a little bit greener.
I run. Right behind these guys.
You run, son. All right, you can run further. The children would be difficult terrain, I would say. So if you want to run further down the causeway or isthmus, you may. Or you want to like back up the children, rear guard the children.
Yeah, I'm sort of rear guarding the children.
All right. They all move further, so you can just sort of move them all off the map. It's the queen's turn, and she's gonna put the moonbeam on you. I think that's a really solid attack. I mean, I guess just for fun, she could swoop over and stab you with her stinger instead. But nah, we like the moonbeam. No, she's just gonna move the moonbeam onto you, Kuz. Thank you so much, sir. And she's gonna scream, "Come back! Come back with my food!" And you can move the queen closer to you as well. And at this point, Bagheera, you're up. I think you're pretty much off the map too, yeah?
I mean, I'm not sure how much distance is between us, or if I can even see the island, if it's enshrouded in spores.
It's not. Nothing's happening on the island anymore.
Okay. Then, if it, by Bagheera's judgment, does it look like Calacuz will be able to escape if he's not pursued? Like, is he gonna be?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
So you're ahead of the children or with them? And
I'm
he's
behind.
the children?
I'm behind the children.
You're behind the children too?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna cross over them because I didn't want to
All right,
drag
well, the children
the
are
moonbeam.
all way ahead of you guys now.
Great.
Yeah.
All right, let's book it.
Yeah.
I know you can outrun me, so yes. Whoosh.
Okay. So you book it, and Bezix, it's your turn.
Okay.
And as you move, you hear little pleasantries buzzing. Our food, our food. What will we eat?
Okay, I'm gonna Ray of Frost you again. Just trying to slow you down. 12.
No hit.
Nope.
Kuz, you're up.
Okay. All right. I'm out. Running, and I yell. I was right about you, Faye. I will never trust a Faye again, and I hope you
That's
didn't
racist.
didn't enjoy that Sham performance.
All right, and these guys are gone, and it's just you, Harangon. You are on the island with the queen and 2 remaining sleeping people, and the queen turns to you with tears in her eyes, and she says, "My children will starve without their food. Bezix, I can't believe we let them escape."
And I'm so out of breath. I am so sorry, Your Majesty. I tried, but at least take some comfort in knowing that they have no way back to the material plane.
I suppose. You look like you've used so many resources trying to protect me. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry I failed. I tried.
I think in order to be strong for any future attacks, you should take a long rest.
You're so wise. I should have thought of that. But I'm still so young.
Yes, we have many beds on which you can rest before you rise again to defend our colony. I'm so glad to have met you.
And I as well. Very glad to have met you, and I'm just happy to be back home.
Yes, welcome back to the Feywild. Would you like a rest? While you rest, you wouldn't mind if we nibble at your dreams just a little bit? It will not hurt you.
But as long as I can wake up.
Of course. We need you, clearly, to defend our colony. After the horrors that we witnessed today.
Then sure.
Please, lay down and receive the rest that you deserve.
Okay. And I sleepily walk over and just lie myself in bed and go to sleep.
All right. And you two are running on the isthmus. You start to approach the chest weasel island, and you see the various chests scattered about it. And as you run, you see Renata and Sophie holding hands as they run. And Renata says, "Sophie, I'm so glad you're back. I thought you were gone forever." And Sophie says, "Thank you so much, Renata. I'm so glad you came for me. What is this place?" And Renata says, "I'll tell you all about it when we're home." And they run towards the chest weasel chest. And Renata explains the chest weasel as they run past the chests. And as you all run, all 3 of you snap out of this reality, quantum leaping out of your bodies, and again you find yourselves, the 3 of you, floating together in an amorphous gray space between somethings, and you see each other. Do you have anything to say to each other?
I kind of open my eyes. Oh, am I dreaming already?
Perhaps.
Where are we?
Well, wherever wherever they put us before they send us to the next place.
Ah, who are they? Who's doing this?
I don't know.
Ah, I just got home.
There's no home left for us. Doubt we'll see each other again. Maybe under better circumstances.
Do you all have any words to share with each other regarding your antagonistic ending? Your controversial loggerheads?
Well, you told us what you would do, and you did it.
As
That I
did you.
That I respect, even if we disagree on other things.
But do you feel good knowing that you helped those children?
The only sorrow I feel is that I could not have done more. Were it within my power to end this wretched hive, I would have done so. But if we can't save everybody, the few that we did, well, I suppose it means everything to them.
You do know they're still stuck in the Feywild.
Maybe.
I don't
We
know if they,
we don't choose when we're plucked out of a realm.
I guess not, because I don't know what I'm doing here.
Maybe someone else will be sent to escort them home.
We may never see any of them again. All we
Likely
know
not.
is that it seems likely we'll see some of each other again.
Yeah.
But just know I bear no ill will towards either of you. We're all just fighting for what we believe in. And I know you guys don't understand it not being Fey. And that's okay. I've spent enough time in the material plane to know where you guys are coming from.
Maybe.
Yeah, I did my best to not hurt you during our little scuffle.
I'll leave you with this then. None of those people, once woken, seemed eager to go back to slumber. Till next time.
You recall as you were running across the isthmus, one of the people was like, "Now I have to go home to my wife." They were all. None of them knew where they were when they woke up. So, who knows what one might infer from their
Yeah.
fear.
It's
And so we too shall wake from the slumber of our one-shot adventure today, provided by Pointy Hat, one of my favorite YouTube streamers, who I enjoy watching.
Cool.
An animated Pointy Hat,
Oh,
whose one eyeball changes depending on what it's seeking to express.
oh, cool.
And he does things like say druids are boring, and he'll start talking about the druid class, and then he'll give some different flavor to them and then do a twist on it. And he'll do that with different classes and backgrounds and settings. And for 100,000 subscribers, he posted this one shot with unique monsters and a whole like explanation of it and everything. His art's pretty cool. When he drew the queen. I saw you were looking at the queen thing. That's like
Oh, he drew that? Wow.
Yeah, and much bigger and more colorful. Yeah, so he's somebody that I like listening to and
Cool.
who has cool ideas. So the moral dilemma came directly from him. One of the interesting dissonances between the Fey realm and the material world is that the Fey have a completely different sense of morality from us, which our friend leaned into very well and role played well, because Yeah, they might think that they're doing something good, even as we think that what they are doing is evil. So, part of the reason he put this together was to play with some of his favorite elements of the Fey realm, which include stuff like the chest weasel, as well as interesting combat dynamics like the going to sleep in order to attack the mushroom.
Yes. Yeah. Those were both. It was a fun dilemma as well as fun mechanics in that respect.
Yeah, and they put some information in the one shot for like what to do if the dilemma is triggering to some people, because the idea that life is better when you're asleep might be triggering to some. Yeah, and when you guys were getting deep into talking about it, I start to get concerned because I remember you said you don't like soul coins.
Right.
And
yes.
That's a thing where you're like stuck in a soul coin forever and you don't have a choice about it. I was like, oh shit, do I need to like make sure I'm not fucking with homeboy?
No, this made sense as like just like you can imagine an ecosystem arising where sentient creatures are their survival is at odds with each other in some major respect like this. It's a cool dilemma. It feels very like classic Star Trek.
Yeah. Yeah, and if we think about all the different forms of life that there are, or even the forms of life that we have on the planet between, octopi and dolphins and spiders, like what all of their various values are that we don't know. Yeah, and there's a part that got left out because they wrote this to be like a 2 one-shots session, which is why she just filled you in on all the stuff that you did at the beginning.
That makes sense.
The thing that was left out is nightmares. So there was some monsters that are nightmares, and your conversation about the ecosystem between the poppies and the mushrooms exists also with these nightmare creatures, because the nightmares escape the sleepers, they take on a life, and then they feed on the other nightmares that come out of the dreams, and they actually defend Pleasantry poppy fields.
Okay.
So it's a symbiotic relationship in that they eat the nightmares and they also attack people that are coming to mess with the poppy fields. But we didn't have time for that as well. So yeah, let's do checkouts. We'll go around and say something you enjoyed about the session, something you enjoyed that another player did, and if you want to weigh in on morality, on the moral dilemma, you can as well. And we should also vote for at least one person to have an inspiration. So who's going to get the inspiration? Does anyone have inspiration right now?
I do.
You do? So we'll vote as to who of these two will get one.
I think I still do. I don't think I used it.
All right. Well, you have an inspiration for next time.
Well earned.
Cool.
No voting needed.
Wow.
Yeah, so something you liked about the session, something you liked that another player did, and anything you want to say about the moral dilemma. Why don't you go first?
This session I feel like was like the most interesting session. I've only been playing like 4 or 5 sessions so far, and I feel like the stakes were tangible in this one, where like my character took a ton of damage but then also just like how we got into the philosophical thing. Like I just thought this was like so cool that you guys were having this like philosophical debate like in the midst of like the situation, and so yeah, I really enjoyed that, and yeah, it was cool to see like players turning on on each other and like see what that's like.
I don't think I've ever had that happen before.
In a mostly non-violent way. Yeah, you role played it well. You saw the reason for why you were doing it and what you were driving at by doing it, and it all made sense. I've had, I tutor with D&D, and I've had kids like meet each other for the first time and just start attacking each other in the game, and based on one little comment or something, and it's kind of like, let's discuss why this is happening and why we're doing that, and let's look at it. But this all made a lot of sense, and a lot of times with PvP, it's also like, let's get consent before we move into PvP, because that can be an issue. But it was all part of the story. Any other things to add?
I don't think so. Yeah. I mean, I think my attention span kind of ran out of steam, where I was like, I was just kind of like, oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's cool to see, like, yeah, every game I feel like I'm like, oh, you could do that, or I could, like.
I thought that the the flavor description was one of my favorite parts. It was just it was very pleasant to picture this Fey realm. I love the use of like language to describe a visual landscape. And additionally, the music tracks that accompanied each scene were I like sometimes would just stop for a moment just to listen to it and enjoy it. It was like it had, I think it really carried that quality that it, subjectively, at least for me, evoked like a fantastical realm that was like cool and mysterious and upbeat, but also like a little bit dangerous. And the way it changed, like for the battle, and then changed for the denouement, right? When the queen's like, "We'll all starve now." The music tracking was perfect for the situation changes. I really enjoyed Beezix's fast thinking with the fairy fire when Renata floated away. And sort of in figuring out.
And you didn't see them because they were coming through from another plane.
That's
they
what I
were
figured,
like
yeah.
in the ethereal realm rather than actual present in
Right.
the material plane.
That allowed us to chase her through the forest. That was cool. And the quick thinking with figuring out like, oh, if I fall asleep, then maybe we can face this invisible ethereal thing. That
Yeah.
was cool.
Yeah, when I did the fairy fire, I didn't see anything, and then he's getting attacked by something unseen. At first I was like, I could do fairy fire, but I'm just gonna waste it. So then I figured there must have been a reason why we're around all these poppies, and it's like, okay, I'm just gonna go for it.
It was a neat mechanic once you clue into it. You clued into it really fast. That was neat.
Yeah, if you guys didn't figure it out for a while, I was gonna start asking you for insight checks to see if you could, your characters could figure it out. But yeah, you solved that pretty quickly.
I thought, oh, I should have thought about that. When Calicuz like started asking the queen about like the hardships, like sort of putting together like why, like bringing it back to a small piece of information that we got very early on. That's easy. It's easy, like when you're at the table, to overlook stuff like that. But there was key to sort of the whole principle of what was going on.
Yeah, that was a very smart mental jump. That's why she was like, "Oh, you know something about us. I see."
And going, like, doing the trade, being like, well, I don't know what's going to happen to me, but like going down to sleep to get the other kid, the friend, and just being like, I don't know what's going to happen next. Maybe I'll be able to like do something in the dream realm. That was like a cool sort of moment. Both to imagine, like, okay, what's the motivation, like, for this monk? Like, I feel like there's very complex motivations there.
Because I was really neutral on, like, you guys' debate, because he's kind of just, like, he doesn't care that much. Like, he'll just kind of go with the flow. But I feel like if he had gone and, like, saw the children and they were like, "Get us out of here," then you'd be like, "Oh yeah, let's get them out of here." And
Right.
so I was like, that's why I was like, "What do I see in there?" Like,
or the opposite,
You know,
right?
yeah.
Like if somehow it worked out that Calicoos had woken up and been like, actually, I think it's okay, then I think Bagheera would have trusted him on that. If something he'd seen and convinced him, like, no, they're good.
Yeah, there were a lot of instructions in here about like protecting you guys from simplifying the moral dilemma. Like, if the players want to wake up the sleepers and ask them if they're happy or whatever, like don't let them do it. You know. So the only time that I invoked anything like that was when you wanted to wake up what's her face, and
yeah.
the queen was like, don't wake her yet. You know. But the moral dilemma becomes much simpler if you can wake them up and be like, so, are you happy here? You know? And they're like, I am. I'm not. Okay. You know? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Those are my observations. It was a lot of fun.
Yay! And thanks for the compliment on the music.
Yeah, for sure.
Last night when I was playing online, I'm now the Friday night at 1 a.m. sessions designated DJ. 'Cause the DM like can't figure it out, so we put my Kenku on his channel. Kenku is the name of an app that plays background music
Oh, no way.
on
so funny.
Discord. Yeah. All right.
That's
You're
so
up.
funny. I just really liked just that whole like moral debate, because typically I don't think I've done that in a D&D session, because typically it's like, oh, we need this, go find it. Oh, this monster, go kill it, and then it's usually that's the goal. But here it's like, especially being from the Feywilds, I was just imagining that he would probably understand where this queen was coming from, and because he has the same moral compass, because it works differently in this different realm, and he doesn't really, although he is lawfully good, he wants to help people who are in need. He also saw the queen as, well, she needs to feed her family, and these people are sleeping. Maybe they're having better dreams than they would in their normal lives. So, to him, it's like, I think it would be easier to just leave them here, and then, we can just leave. And so that was interesting, because like I say, you don't normally get to do that.
Well,
with
those
the other players.
those are the good ones. Is the gray area.
Mhm.
This one's specifically based around a moral dilemma, but in the campaign that I'm running with his wife, they met one of the big bads. They met this bad guy, and like all of his points made sense to them. Like the party was all like, we agree with you. you're doing something wrong, but you're right. So how do we handle this? That's what makes things so much more interesting than kill this, save that.
Yeah.
And then it's like, then like when you blew the horn, I was just like, oh no, because I knew that like I was gonna have to try to stop you, but I didn't want to hurt you guys, because I just been adventuring with you guys. So that's why I'm scrambling, like, well, can I just slow you guys down? And because I've got plenty of offensive spells I could have easily used, but I'm like, I don't want to hurt these guys, so I just have to just slow them down. Unfortunately, I don't know any kind of like plane shifting things, or otherwise I would have just sent you guys back.
Yeah, banishment.
Yeah.
You get that. That's a 4th level spell.
Oh, no, a little bit longer.
So, by the way, you have your 6 spells known as a sorcerer, and then you have your prepared spells from the cleric list.
Yep.
So you have a pretty big repertoire.
Yeah, I also have the 2. I got Misty Step and Dissonant Whispers from being Fey touched. Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, I really enjoyed your role play. I enjoyed your role play the other day as the Kenku as well. But I also thought you were very crafty with all of your resources, and I always choose to play a wizard. I really like magic users, so I was excited to see Vortex Warp in action.
Yeah, I'd never used that before when I found it, because I think it's fairly new.
Mm-hmm.
So when I saw that, I was like, "Oh, that sounds so cool!" So that's why I wanted to make sure I had it. And then you guys, so I'm a clockwork soul sorcerer. So that's why if you guys got close, you heard the sound of ticking clocks, which is like just something that radiates from me all the time. But if you're close enough, then you can hear it.
What's the like the ethos of that domain or religion?
There is, I think it's Mechanus is like the kind of god of that, and then I mean, his backstory is that he was just chosen because he just felt this sense of like he wants to restore balance to things, especially being in the Feywild and everything's so topsy-turvy.
The power arises from Mechanus or a realm like it, a plane of existence shaped entirely by clockwork efficiency. You or someone from your lineage might have become entangled in the machinations of the Modrons, which we just encountered last time.
Yeah.
The orderly beings who inhabit Mechanus.
Oh, so you guys went to Mechanus?
We went
didn't go.
to a place that had Modrons.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, when
We
he
rescued
DM'd
it.
us.
Modron, I don't know what you would call them, lost
Delivery.
travelers or having been lost.
Mhm.
You're getting better and better at using your monk abilities.
Thank you. Thanks for your everybody's help and your help. I'm
Yeah.
like figuring out what I can do.
Yeah, well, you're getting better and better
You're not
using the monk
screwed up.
abilities and figuring everything out. We
You're
finally-
getting better at having opponents that I can't just run up to and start attacking. They're all flying.
Yeah, I was playing with a monk last night. I was like, dude, how many freaking actions per turn are you gonna take? It gets to my turn, blast. Okay, pass. And the other thing, I hit him, and I do this hit and that hit and
Yeah.
this hit. But yeah, you're doing that, and we get to hear the sham, the
Yes,
instrument that you
that
created.
was, I
cool.
liked that.
And Bagheera, I liked how you never took a point of damage in the first fight.
Good thing.
The ancient Italian proverb: "The best armor is distance."
Oh, I like that.
Why engage at all? Yeah. So, good game, everybody.